ever dreamed of selling properties, owning a car, or starting a company in the virtual world? While these concepts may sound futuristic and vague, some of these are now a reality. Even in its nascent phase, the presence of businesses can now be felt in the virtual environment, the Metaverse. We are beginning to feel the connection of real-world people to the abundance of virtual spaces. Metaverse is one of the buzzwords in the tech space today. While it presents a myriad of exciting ideas, it also comes with a list of privacy issues and security risks that we might not yet know how to handle. As guardians of cyberspace, we need to keep abreast of the developments in this technological trend, so we remain equipped our institutions from possible threats in the future. In the coming months, ISOG will be running a series of Metaverse I Am Secure Forum. This is an opportunity for sharing best practices from different local and global decision makers, experts, and leaders in the cybersecurity landscape. We aim to provide you with latest and some critical information that can prove to be a beneficial weapon for information security professionals in facing this new challenge in the digital world. Come join us and our community of cybersecurity professionals via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1. See you there.
Are you ready to traverse beyond the realm of cyberspace? The Information Security Officers Group, ISOG, in its 8th year as a premier and reputable organization in raising the bars of the cybersecurity landscape in the country, gears up for a unique and engaging I Am Secure program this 2022. This time, let's divide into an uncharted territory, the Metaverse. As leaders of our industry, we need to prepare our institution as we pivot to this new digital ecosystem. It's highly vulnerable to privacy issues and security risks. Through this forum, we will provide you with experts, insights that become invaluable as well face this new unpredictable user engagement environment. We have gathered local and global thought leaders, decision makers, experts in the cybersecurity sector to share strategies to our community of information security professionals. Join us via Zoom on May 19, June 23, July 21, and September 1 as we in ISOG continue our mission to strengthen information security through awareness and education programs. See you at ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum Series.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless news and information. Anytime, anywhere. always.
We all live in a connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
Welcome to Benilde School of Management and Information Technology, or SMIT. SMIT students are honed to be not only professionally competent, but also responsible professionals, business leaders, and entrepreneurs who value diversity and continuous learning through innovation. Benilde's beginnings are also rooted in the start of SMIT. In the 1980s, DLSU President, Brother Andrew Gonzalez, FSC, opened the Career Development Program, or CDP, which offered business programs for working students. CDP then grew to become SMIT, which from then on offered business programs that are reflective of today's industry in a technology-driven environment. In SMIT, classes are facilitated in an environment where learning happens in collaboration among faculty members, students, and associates. Our pioneering programs are cutting edge and unique. SMIT was the first school in the country to offer programs in computer applications, export management, human resource management, interactive entertainment and multimedia computing, business intelligence, and analytics. Students can also enroll in real estate management, information systems, and cybersecurity. SMIT also continues to offer business management and marketing management under the Career Development Program. Our faculty members are industry practitioners who have worked as middle to senior managers and CEOs in various corporations. We also have faculty members who are industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and are distinguished members of the academe. SMIT programs are PASCU accredited, and the school is recognized as a center of excellence in business administration. SMIT continues to offer and will further develop programs that will provide our students with the needed competencies for them to be leaders in the fourth industrial revolution. We strive to be the school of choice for emerging business and technology leaders.
Every day, we continue to see how technology influences our lives. From the moment we wake up to the time we sleep, technology is intertwined in our daily activities. They have allowed us to live smarter, better, and safer. During COVID-19 crisis, its role has been further amplified, allowing continuity of operations, facilitating collaboration, enhancing communications, and strengthening connections. At VST ECS, commitment to innovation inspires us to look beyond our limits. With every single step, we aim to enable every partner and deliver technology to help organizations transform their business. As a member of the VST ECS group, we have what it takes to bring technology where they matter most. For decades, we have played a role in technology availability through our partnership and collaboration with retail partners, mobility channels, online platforms, system integrators, ISVs, and born-in-the-cloud businesses. We offer opportunities to help organizations thrive in this changed world with our impressive portfolio. Imagine what you can achieve when you have access to the world's best-in-class ICT products. We represent more than 90 ICT brands, a wide spectrum of choices to help you stay ahead of the game. Imagine your growth when you have the capacity to address and serve diverse customer needs. We offer an extensive array of products, solutions, and services including notebooks and desktops, consumer and commercial, gaming devices and accessories, mobility, smartphones, tablets, gadgets and accessories, e-mobility, e-vehicle, lifestyle IoT, workstations, printers and copiers, supplies, unified endpoint management and virtual desktops, commercial digital display, document imaging solutions, POS solutions, AIDC, servers, hyper-converged infrastructure, storage solutions, power management solutions, networking, wired and wireless, network security, software, CAD and graphics, software, enterprise solutions, artificial intelligence, and robot process automation, data management solutions, 3D printing, software-defined network, big data solutions, IP surveillance and security, collaboration solutions, cloud solutions, containers and microservices, DevOps, data center solutions and services, everything as a service, managed services, service and support pack, subscriptions. Imagine your strength when you cultivate relationships with industry leaders, game changers, tech experts, and trendsetters. There may be shifts in customer needs and market conditions. At VST ECS, we will remain focused to be the best and most admired technology partner in the Philippines. ECS Philippines Incorporated. Great products, great people, great solutions. Partner with us.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome once again to the second series of the ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum. Please be ready as we will start in a few minutes. To formally start our program, let us all give reverence to our motherland by saying the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by the cybersecurity prayer. A pleasant morning to all. On behalf of the Information Security Officers Group, or ISOG, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second I Am Secure 2022 Metaverse Forum. My name is Chia Tienza Valdepeñas, and I am excited and honored to host this virtual discussion of great minds today. With an overall theme of traversing beyond the realm of cyberspace, the Metaverse Forum series is a presentation of radical transformation in the digital world and significant business opportunities. The stakes are high, and so are the threats and risks. Enterprise operations are expected to be challenged for the next 5 to 15 years. The regulations and standards for transparency, privacy, and decentralization are increasing values we need to adapt to in this unpredictable user engagement environment. We aim to provide you with the latest and most engaging solutions for you to gain a significant advantage. Joining us in this forum are experts, decision makers, and cyber leaders. Of course, all these won't be possible without the support of our event partners. Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Bankers Association of the Philippines, National Privacy Commission, and the Department of Information and Communications Technology. And of course, our sponsors and media partners. Featured today are titanium sponsors, Huawei and Darktrace, Platinum Palo Alto through Westcon, and Gold Blue Voyant. And guest speakers from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Union Bank, and Exiture. On May 19, we learned from trends like Cognito, checkmarks, efficient IP, and F5. And of course, we are grateful to have our media partners. Philippine Daily Inquirer, Business World, Digi.ph, and Backend News. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few items so you can engage in the program actively. For your information, all webinar participants, with the exception of the presenters, are muted for the remainder of the presentation. But as we value your participation, you will have the opportunity to submit questions to today's presenter by typing them at the Q&A tab of the control panel or through the chat section. You may send in your questions at any time during the presentation. This is so you can win surprising prizes. We will collect these and address them during the panel discussion sessions. All right, so leading the Security Officers Group is an IT professional with over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity and has been serving the banking industry for almost 30 years. Lastly, he is currently the Chief Information Technology Security Officer of Land Bank of the Philippines and heads a network enterprise security nest, responsible in formulating system operations, standards, and compliance. To formally open today's event, may we now call on the president and one of the founding members of Information Security Officers Group, Mr. Archie Tolentino.
Greetings to all of you. On behalf of the Information Security Officers Group, I would like to welcome all of you to the ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum 2022. I am glad to be virtually with you, my fellow information security professionals. It hasn't been a year since social media giant Facebook renamed and rebranded themselves as Meta, but it was arguably the moment that Metaverse was brought into spotlight. The rebranding is not just about the use of a different name, but more importantly, it will shift the company's direction from a text and video-led service towards the world of Web 3.0, which is predominantly underpinned by blockchain, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence, or AI. Before the unprecedented acceleration of Metaverse, we are currently experiencing the Web 2.0, which brought us today's mobile internet delivered on smartphones, data powered into the cloud rather on local servers, subscriptions to streaming media, and characterization of large-scale platforms for our daily activities. The growing proportions of e-commerce and increasingly of e-banking is conducted on Web 2.0 through application programming interfaces. This era has brought opportunities for businesses to thrive, especially during the pandemic years, where most of us must shift from operating offline to online to better cater to the needs of our customers. The Metaverse was long into the process of being built and designed. It presents itself as a remarkable way to enhance the digital society, to innovatively interact with customers and emerging technologies. Customer expectations and demands changes and increases every year, as technological possibilities also outdo the latest to meet and satisfy those expectations. Digital technologies have benefited many businesses and sectors, including banking and upscaling. This further will create new and better offerings and experience to the stakeholders. So how does Metaverse change the landscape of doing business in the banking industry? For many, managing finances and transactions in a new environment will make it more immersive and comparable, or even better, in real life. Metaverse offers banks an upgraded and much-needed avenue to incorporate human experience back into banking, thus increasing our connections with our customers and assemble them in more meaningful ways. Opportunities are also better created for reaching out with new audiences, including the younger ones, more experienced generations of NFTs. Incredible possibilities are also presented to elevate the employee experience through Metaverse. Virtual reality trainings for employees like what Bank of America has deployed will simulate real customer service for branch employees so they can detect emotions and adjust behaviors in a risk-free environment. The technological shift of banking experience presents a variety of business solutions and platforms with the new generation of internet encompassing the Web 2.0. Financial institutions, including banks, will be a huge part in the new economy that integrates cryptocurrency and metaverse. This forum underscores our initiative and effort to design, create, and sustain a unified solution in the undertaking of the metaverse in the banking industry. These opportunities will change the future of business, not just in the Philippines, but everywhere else. It is our mission to constantly equip our capabilities and resources for the emergence of the Web 3.0, the metaverse. We continue to collaborate with our partner institutions and stakeholders to address concerns and promote safe, effective use of the metaverse for business. Together with the Bankers Association of the Philippines, ISOG, will continue to further strengthen the cybersecurity landscape in our country by empowering the leaders of cyberspace. We cannot let down our guard, especially during this time when industries and our organizations are most vulnerable to security risk. Thank you very much for all your support. Together, we will protect our institutions and our country in the cyberspace and beyond.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tolentino. Let's start. As we traverse beyond the realm of cyberspace today, we are privileged to have with us a reputable icon in the banking industry and one of the leaders in the first Philippine bank that embarked on a journey to the metaverse, Union Bank of the Philippines, where he is a Senior Executive Vice President, Chief Technology and Operations Officer, and Chief Transformation Officer, and also Chairman of the Board of UBX Philippines, the FinTech Venture Studio of the bank. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Corporate Directors, and he obtained his degrees in Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Juris Doctor in Law, both from the University of the Philippines. Henry is the author of the book, Data Privacy and Cybercrime Prevention in the Philippine Digital Age, and co-authored the recently launched book, Opening the Archipelago, the Story of Blockchain in the Philippines. He was recognized as Privacy Advocate of 2021 by the National Privacy Commission, CTO of the Year East Asia by the European Global Banking and Finance Awards, Chief Technology and Information Officer of the Year by the Asian Banker Financial Technology and Innovation Awards, and was recognized as a Digital Banker of the Year by the Digital Banker Global Retail Banking Innovation Awards. And just recently, he was also recognized as Forward Thinker FY22 by the Rubric Customer Awards. Aside from being a banker and a digital trailblazer, our keynote speaker is an educator by heart. From the country's digital innovation pioneer and forefront of technological innovations, Union Bank, we are honored to have with us today Mr. Henry Roel Aguda.
This is you, who started from just a hobby to the next-gen businessman. You, the work hard, save harder kind of guy. The goal-getter who gets what she wants. Everything keeps moving forward because the world changes quickly, and so should banking. So we're always evolving to give all you need to keep you moving ahead. Union Bank, it's all in you.
Hi, good morning, Chi. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the commercial of Union Bank. Good morning, everybody. To Chairman Chito Jacinto and to CEO Archie Tolentino, thank you for inviting me and allowing me to share again Union Bank's, not just Union Bank, but to talk about the metaverse. And of course, a shout out to my good friend Joey Regala. Hindi ko kasi matanggihan si Joey every time he calls me for events. So I'm doing this live right now, so I want to make this a more conversational discussion. My keynote is actually just a short one. I'm not going to discuss everything about the metaverse, but if my slides are going to come up, I guess in a few seconds. Sorry, Chi, that's the virtual world, and when you're doing it live, I had the option to record, but I said it's a much better interaction if you can do it live. But anyway, so my keynote is not going to go through everything about the metaverse because Archie discussed a lot of good points earlier. And I think those are the ones that people are thinking of right now. So mine is basically what's the relevance of metaverse with the ISOG members and the practitioners out there. Just to jump into a quick definition of what metaverse is, which is not going to be exhaustive. It's basically, if I can go to the next slide, well, it converges the physical and the virtual world, contains a self-contained full-fledged economy. It offers unprecedented interoperability. And to some people, it's called the spatial web or Web 3.0. I know you guys are very technical. You'll be able to research further into the internet on what the metaverse is, from science fiction to now science fact. But let me explain why this topic is important. First, it's because of evolution. So people say there's a theory about duality. We're both physical and we're both a virtual being. So there's the physical self that I have, and there's our virtual presence. So if you dial back pre-pandemic, studies show that working physically accounts for about 70 to 80% of your time. And these are the normal ways of how we work. But then there's about 30% where we interact through our virtual selves, through your email, through your social media presence, and to some degree to your with your avatars. Now the pandemic struck, and we all know the story. During the pandemic, the virtual self, in terms of interacting at work, has become 100%, especially during times where there were hard lockdowns. And we were like this for 2 years. And luckily, we're getting out of the pandemic and we're moving into a more semi-normal world. But guess what happened? People cannot get away from the virtual self as well, because these are the normal, people go to the office, but you'd think they'd be going back to normal. But a lot more people are still doing hybrid and virtual sessions. So our virtual self continues to be a large part of how we work and how we interact. And studies, and these are soft studies, you can do this among yourselves. A lot of you who may be going back to the office, like myself, who goes to the office almost every day, still spends 90% of the time interacting through online platforms such as Zoom, Teams, or Google Meet. So the virtual self is still expanding and evolving. And that's where evolution comes in. I think right now, our behavior are changing. People are saying we'll never go back to normal. We will continue to proceed on with the digital normal. And this is how we are working and interacting right now. Gone are the days where you will watch free-to-air TV. Most of you will be on either Netflix or any streaming platform. And guess what? Those streaming platforms are now going to be augmented with 3D capabilities as well. And then the technology shift is given. Connectivity is getting faster. More and more, you'll find in the next coming years, gigabit connection to your homes as fiber penetrates more and more of our homes and offices. Compute power is doubling still every year. In some studies, it's actually tripling. And 3D devices are going down in terms of the commercial cost. So why is this important to cyber? Let me digress a bit. Last night, I was in a cybersecurity meeting, and people are still asking me, can we take insurance to protect ourselves from cyber hacks, crimes, and contingencies? Well, the answer is, and most of you know this, it's still very hard to insure against cyber threats. The reason being is that it is always evolving and it's ever changing. So it's very hard to put together a contingency table. But then the discussion went and asked me, how come life insurance, accident insurance, health insurance, how come they are contingencies that have been predicted and insurance companies are able to provide insurance coverage? Well, technology allowed insurance companies to predict mortality, predict car accidents, predict fire, predicts operational contingencies. Unfortunately, in the technology space, as technology progresses, so are the evolving threats of cybersecurity. Such is the case because cyber crimes evolve and cyber criminals adapt, and as technology advances, so are the crimes. So that's why the metaverse is another remake of the technology landscape. And the first group of people that are able to adapt and understand what the landscape provides also will understand the threats around them. So forget about corporations relying on insurance companies to shift cybersecurity liabilities. They will rely on you guys. So in the bank, just to share what we've been doing, we've actually embarked on modest steps towards the adoption of the metaverse. We've partnered with Canvas, which is an art community that allows us to NFT their art, and in the hopes that it becomes a commodity in the digital space. That's through Union Bank. We also, through our fully owned subsidiary UBX, partnered with another company for the art community, which is ArtFact. This one is to fractionalize the value of art, and again, to allow artists to put their digital art in the metaverse, allowing them another virtual gallery or another marketplace to sell their art. And of course, we also partnered with a Filipino-based company that's creating actually a metaverse for the SMEs. So it's here, it's evolving. What you take out of this is that as you strengthen cyber defense and resiliency in the metaverse, it all starts with you guys. So that's my keynote for today. I hope you have a great time and hope to catch up with you again, Chi, in the panel later at 10 o'clock. Good morning and have a great day.
Mr. Henry Aguda. We learned a lot from what he said, even if it's just a snippet. No? Before we start to call our guest speaker this morning, let me inform everyone that we have a Q&A feedback chat contest. There will be 4 of these items: a desktop soundbar with microphone, mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard with touchpad, LED gaming headphone with built-in microphone, and a 4-in-1 USB sound card multi-function Type-C adapter. It will be raffled off before and after each panel discussion. The mechanics are simple, and each presentation send us your well-thought-out questions or feedback. We have our secretariat on standby to list all names who will be asking questions and are placing their feedback on the presentation in our chat box. And from this list of names, we will raffle off the winner. Very easy, right? Well, you just need to type in your questions and tell us your comments. Be participative and engaging, and that gives you a chance to win these cool premium items. Well, there you go. So let's get ready as I now call on our first presenter today. He is an experienced country leader with a demonstrated history of working in the computer networking industry, skilled in enterprise sales, business process re-engineering, vendor management and negotiation, enterprise storage systems, blade server technology, enterprise software, and partner management. He is also currently the Chief Technology Officer and IT Director of the Enterprise Business Group of Huawei Technologies Philippines. In this session, he will aim to provide us with a storage-centric framework on how to ensure that data is not tampered with or lost, while also ensuring data access services are always online and legally compliant. Data assets are increasingly important. Malicious attacks have steadily increased to 50% in 2020, becoming the leading cause of data loss. And Zero Trust is a security framework requiring all users, whether in or outside the organization's network, to be authenticated, authorized, and continuously validated for security configuration and posture before being granted access to applications and data. Our first presenter will discuss with us the importance of data reliability and accessibility within the security framework. Let us give a virtual round of applause to Mr. Arnie Alvarez of Huawei. Sir Arnie, take it away.
Good morning, and thank you for the warm introduction, Chi. Let me share this. Oops, can someone allow me to share my screen? Well, a lot of people have been asking, why am I speaking in a security event? So there is a lot of reason, and I'd like to thank ISOG for having us. Let me try again. I still cannot share my screen. For the organizers, can you allow me to share the screen so I can start? Okay. All right. I hope I hope it's showing right now. Can it be seen?
Yes.
Okay, let me start. Okay, again, thank you for having me. And my session will be all about the importance of data reliability and accessibility within the security framework. So, as what Henry mentioned, Metaverse is now becoming the new thing with Facebook renaming themselves, and it's essentially an immersive experience. So bringing back how people interact with people in the digital world. So medyo magulo, pero it's when people started doing digital, well, it became more convenient. However, nawala na yung interaction. You don't see the reaction of people. So Metaverse hopes to bring that back. Imagine this. If you went into a vacation, you snap a photo, and then you share it with your parents or with your friends, what they see is they see the photo. What if you can actually share that and make them feel as if they were there with you? Okay, so that is technology. But again, there are more things that we need to consider apart from all of those new stuff. So before I continue, what I always do is I'd like to open my session with a video that talks about what I will be talking about and what is happening in this world. So let's start with the video. Okay, what does that all mean? Actually, one thing about these videos, I've been showing this, I think, for 4 years now. And when people have seen it before and they see it again, they say, Arnie, it's becoming more and more relevant. Before, they thought it was a fairy tale or science fiction. As mentioned by Henry a while ago, science fiction is now becoming a science fact. But the reality is, we are now living in a data driven world. It's all about data. That's why you hear a lot about all these things. The attack surface of hackers has become limitless. Diba? So that is, well, if I am a hacker and I see this in the video, they shared that data has been doubling. Oh, padoble ng padoble for the past 2 years. And in fact, it has been growing exponentially. So this is a fact that as we connect more devices into the internet, there are more data that is being generated. And because of that, ransomware attacks also is increasing. So this is a snapshot of how ransomware has actually grown tremendously. And in 2017, I think everyone in this session knows about this. Ito yung pinakasikat, WannaCry. No? So this actually changed the way ransomware attacks are happening. So they will hold hostage your data, and if you want to access your data further, magbayad kayo. So that is what is happening. And thing is, because of those things, the investment in cybersecurity tumaas din. Of course, well, if I'm a security company, I will see opportunities in this. Again, as mentioned earlier by Henry, not insurance is they're not, well, I would say they don't like to insure cyber attacks because it's ever changing. Well, if we think that security companies have this intelligent scientists, well, hackers have intelligent scientists as well. And because of that, one legendary CEO from Silicon Valley, he did say that there are two types of companies in this world. One, those who have been hacked, and the other, those who don't know that they have been hacked. So this is reality. And as I mentioned earlier, hackers are becoming more sophisticated. I've read somewhere that there is even an R&D team for hackers. And what do hackers actually live for? They live for data. Oh, the data that you and I protect. So yun ang tina-target nila. So they look for ways. They are challenged whenever there are barriers that protect them from that prevent them from accessing customers' data. But the thing is, when we think we are secure, like this one, this is one of my favorite Netflix shows. For those people who've watched Money Heist, in fact, I like the second season. It's because when you think about it, they were well. For those who hasn't watched it yet, I'll give you a bit of snapshot. They were trying to steal 90 tons of gold. Oh, 90 tons, yung mga bricks. So can you imagine that? Diba? Logically, if you think any person in his right mind would try to steal 90 tons of gold, sasabihin mo, imposible yan. Una, mabigat yan. Ang dami niyan. How in the world can you actually do that? And besides, we have security cameras, we have security guards, we have security systems in place. So again, people sometimes fall into that false sense of security. Sasabihin niya, oy, I bought a lot of security products here. Okay? But then again, as we know, again, one scene in the movie, they actually sang this very famous song. They call it Bella Ciao. No, it's actually pag masaya sila, they sing this song, and they actually melted the gold, broke it down into very small pieces, and created a pipeline. which is kilometers long. That's how they transferred. So again, the point here is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Even if you think you are secure, just like chess, people will find a way to penetrate you. Hmm? And the thing is, what is very important is, again, hackers are after the data. So these data is what people protect. What if they penetrate through that security? How can we further enhance our security? And this is where we come in. Just like any infrastructure, there is a plan. Like for example, we are building a skyscraper. It starts off with a plan, may mga drawing yung blueprint, and once the construction starts, this is what we see. Diba? We see a lot of diggings, and here in this picture, we see a lot of steel, solid. Kasi we are building a skyscraper. And as we see the skyscraper being developed, nagpo-progress siya, you still see that solid foundation. And then eventually, you see the finished product. So this finished product is the World Trade Center. People say, Arnie, nawala na yan eh, no? So any infrastructure, that's right, it is prone to disaster. So how do we protect, in this case, the people inside? So for systems infrastructure, it's the same thing. We build this infrastructure one layer after the other, and we wrap everything up with security. Okay? So infrastructure, wrap everything up with security. At any aspect, everything must be secure. Parang solid foundation. Storage is where data lies. Ito yung tinatarget ng mga hackers. So they are finding a way, finding loopholes. They will, as long as there is internet connectivity, they live for it. They will try to find a way to seep through it. And the reality of information unavailability, again, I just like to change a lot of perception. 80% of data or information unavailability is caused by planned outages. I'm a fan. I know there are a lot of banking customers in this session. I'm a fan of online banking, and sometimes I do a lot of my transactions at night. And sometimes I get frustrated. Oh, kasi it is undergoing maintenance. The system is undergoing maintenance. That is a sample of a planned outage. So what we know is, again, 20% of the operational recovery from failures happen. This is, ito yun, there is corruption, component failure, human error. But what people have been talking about is the less than 1% of the occurrence. Ito yung mga flood, fire, earthquakes. So all of these combined, we must think of a way to ensure that data is accessible regardless of the situation. And the cost of downtime, I guess it speaks for itself. Depending on your company, the impact may be light to severe. So the company reputation is actually the most important. I've seen a lot of companies no longer existing because of simple downtime. Okay. So what do we do? First is we classify and tier our data. Again, I always like to say not all data are created equal. So there are a lot of factors that contribute to that, and majority of them is all about the performance, the availability, the functionality, and the economics. So what do we do? So we lay down the service level, and then we map them with the applications and database inside. So ito yung binabantayan natin. This is what we try to protect with our security solutions. So once we have this, oftentimes the protection of a lot of companies I've seen is pantay-pantay. So they have all of these, whether it's important or not. Then I ask my friends, sabi ko, in your home or in your hotel, diba, typically we see that safety deposit box. Then I ask people, what do you often put in the safety deposit box? Well, the common answers I get, well, I put there my jewelry. If it's international, I put there my passport. Essentially, things that are very important. I ask them, do you actually put your shirt inside the safety deposit box? Sabi, no. Why would I do that? Again, it's all about the value. So what is happening is there is a single service level for all databases and applications. And the result of that is there is a huge risk to the business for the more valuable applications and database. So there is a gap. And inversely proportional is there's wasted spending for the not so important systems. But this is happening. So we define service level as it's a broad term to define what information needs to remain valuable. Again, similar to the safety deposit box. So thing is, the protection that we should do should be aligned with the SLA. And it must be in every of these steps. Uh, the important thing is we must be able to start at any point and extend in any direction. And this is, in IT terms, how things are often done and should be done. No? We need to manage the risk and align the protection. So within Huawei, there are several solutions that we offer that is along the lines of each of these steps. I won't go through them in every detail, but then again, it's not a one size fits all kind of thing. But we have some customers who are actually doing all of these. So sa kanila, every scenario they've been able to consider, even ransomware, they are able to recover from ransomware and guaranteed when once they recover, it is ransomware free. So we work with alliance partners to make that happen. So the starting point in protecting, again, remember, this is what hackers are trying to aim for, our data. So it is very important to think about this. As IT, this is the starting point of every information protection. So when a disaster occurs, we need to define what our recovery point objective is. Meaning, ano yung point, if for example, we have a disaster at 12 noon, at what instance will it be okay for the business to recover? The next is the time it takes. If I will actually change my definition, RPO is the amount of data loss a business can withstand, and recovery time is the amount of time that business can start without having the consequences. So recovery time is gaano katagal kayang dalin ng IT ang system back up again. Kung 12 o'clock, at what time will they be able to bring the system back up? And when they are able to bring the system back up, ano naman yung laman nun? Okay? So what is commonly happening is, it's been a, well, I said, some call it tradition, some call it a practice. Well, people, they do backup. Customers, they do daily backups. So this is a common thing that we see in IT. And oftentimes when I ask people, how often do you do backup? Oftentimes they say, well, once a day, of course. Oh, so 24 hours pa ulit-ulit yan. So I can recover from backup. Again, talking about banks, what I know is banks open at 9 a.m. And if you are trying to back up the system at night, for example, 10 p.m., backup time 10. So meron 11, 12 hanggang 9 o'clock. So 11 hours. If a disaster happens, again, at 12 noon, and the only way to recover data is to use the last good backup, babalikan natin ng 10 p.m. last night. So what does that mean? Every single transaction that happened after the backup, well, we have to find a way to recover those transactions. So that is the impact. So the recovery point of a 12 noon disaster is a 10 p.m. last night's data. So what people have been doing is they've been created. There is a technology made available. They call it snapshot. So oftentimes this snapshot, well, people trigger it. Some they actually script it, and they shorten the RPO. Probably instead of 10 p.m., they can recover from 9 a.m. Depending on what they like. But what people have been doing, we've been talking about this technology to different customers, and they like it. We call it continuous data protection, significant points in time recovery. So if we have a disaster at 12 noon, I can guarantee you we can recover your data 11:59 and 57 seconds. So the amount of data that may potentially be lost will be insignificant, easy to recover compared to 10 p.m. last night. So again, this is information protection, protecting the data that hackers so want their hands on. Next, how about the components? So our system, it's everything is connected to one another. It's called the smart matrix. So you can be guaranteed that if there is a component failure, walang mangyayari. Next is the hyper CDP, which is continuous data protection. Sabi nila, okay na yan, Arnie. However, if my main site goes down, what do I do? What you do is you can set up a system where you can have 3 data centers or even 2 data centers, have replication, have clustering between 2 data centers. So depending on how much you value your business and your information, you can set this up. We provide flexibility and option. Sabi na iba, oy, okay yan ah. Kaso nga lang, that is hardware. So sabi ko, what about hardware? Well, hardware, 3 years, 5 years, I have to change it. So sabi ko, what is the concern about changing it? Well, the data inside, I need to migrate it. And oftentimes, migration takes time. Well, in the past, it did. Well, for Huawei, no longer true. So we can migrate data off other people's storage to Huawei or Huawei to Huawei online all the time. So this allows your system to continue to be up while, again, bear in mind, wrapping everything up with security. Okay, next. This, I just need to show this. This is one thing that actually got me really, really interested to join Huawei. So every system, storage system, they have a what we call a controller. Similar to a plane, every plane would have what we call engines. This is what powers the airplane up. So in this example, 8 engines we see. If you are a person who likes sitting down by the window, and then looking outside to actually admire admire the beauty of our world, and then suddenly you start seeing one engine one by one going down. Of course, probably you start saying your Hail Marys, but this, for Huawei, we can tolerate 7 out of 8 engines failing. So the plane will still fly and it can still land. So a lot of banking customers have seen this, have embraced this technology because banks, they like high availability. What else? Sabi nila, ay, malaki, pangmalakihan yata yan, 7, 8 engines, 8 controllers. Sabi, I have a modest infrastructure. Sana yung something applicable to me. Okay. Sabi ko ito, something very applicable to a lot of people. So, as we continue on with technology, disk sizes becomes bigger and bigger. So what is happening is, inside the storage world, this disk, you actually group them together. Pinagsasama-sama mo, and then you protect them. And oftentimes you protect them with what we call RAID systems. So RAID allows storage systems to actually lose disks and still have the system up. But for Huawei, we allow not to 1, not 2, but 3 disks failing, and still there is no service interruption. And another thing with storage systems, the storage system is most vulnerable if there are failed disks. So the important matter is we must be able to reconstruct the disks fast para we minimize the risk. Oftentimes, a 1 terabyte disk, sabi nila, 5 hours. 5 hours is a traditional recovery period. But for Huawei, it's just 15 minutes. So this is how fast it can be. This actually brings the level of availability up as compared to the systems of the traditional systems. Next, we have what we call internally, when as companies transition from spinning disk to solid state disk. One nature of solid state disk is the more that you write to it, again, the lifespan, the essence. So what Huawei did was we ensure that all disks in the system pantay-pantay ang sulat. We call that global wear leveling. Okay? The intent is to have each disk live longer. So someone very intelligent said, teka muna Arnie, medyo delikado yata yan. Because as you write to each disk, pantay-pantay, So ibig sabihin niya, so you continue writing, sabay-sabay rin siya masisira. Well, logically that is right, but what we have is inside the system, we have this intelligence that allows our storage system to have this anti-wear leveling. Ano ba 'yon? So it means if the system recognizes, uy, umabot na siya to a certain level, it will continue writing more to specific disks. So susulatan niya ng mas marami yung some disk para mas mauna siya masisira. And then we can replace it online. For some people, they have sinasabay nila with their maintenance period because this can be predicted. So the system has this intelligence to do predictive uh, predictive actions. Next, how do we protect integrity, confidentiality, and accessibility? So especially for banking, I know there is a regulatory compliance to keep data for a prolonged period of time. This is built in our system. We have a warm, write once, read many file system that allows you to actually everything that you write in that file system, hindi pwedeng mabura in a period that you so designate. So if you say, oh, Arnie, 10 years, walang burahan, hindi mabuburahan, even administrators cannot tamper with that. So it makes that data immutable. Next, how about encryption? So we also have encryption. We make sure that data that is written to disk, and if ever it gets lost or nanakaw siya, the physical, nobody can actually decrypt it. So all of these are on top of, again, the security that we wrap around the infrastructure. So another question, okay lahat yan, Arnie, pero how about the support? Again, imagine this, 24/7 nurse beside the system, checking each vital component every single minute. It allows you to have future capacity prediction. And there are some cases when the problem is automatically corrected by the system itself, because we have this global database where all the problem logs are actually put together, analyzed, and there's a problem that was previously identified in some other countries, and then nakita ng system natin, ay, ganito siya ginawa, ganito siya sinolve. We can actually solve it. So this is, in a nutshell, in how we protect data that hackers actually are trying to vie for. And just like how I started my presentation, I'd like to end it with a video that summarizes everything that I said. Okay, with that, I'd like to thank ISOG for having us. Those are my contact details. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, feel free to send me an email or send me a message. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that insightful discussion, Sir Arnie. Again, please do note that your questions will be entertained by the speaker during our panel discussion after 2 more presentations. Just feel free to use the Q&A tab and chat box for questions. And we are taking note of all those names for our Q&A feedback contest. Thank you. Okay, so our next presenter is regarded as one of the stewards of a pioneering and responsive regulatory approach to technology and innovation. His career in the BSP, spanning decades of supervisory experience, has not only witnessed the dramatic advancement of technology in the Philippine financial sector, but More importantly, he has played a key role in reshaping the regulatory mindset towards a more progressive approach to technology, risk, and innovation supervision. He has taken a highly critical and challenging role in the BSP as head of the department, primarily responsible for supervision of technology and cybersecurity risk, including emerging technologies. He continues to spearhead various cybersecurity reforms aimed at enhancing the BSP's cybersecurity oversight and supervision, as well as promoting a secure and cyber-resilient financial ecosystem through close coordination and partnerships with industry associations and other relevant stakeholders. As newer technologies continue to revolutionize today's society, he is at the forefront of regulatory advancement in digital banking supervision and in the key areas of open finance, cloud services, and RegTech and SupTech. Let us learn today about Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Financial Services Cyber Resilience Plan from none other than Mr. Mel Plabasan.
To the members and officers of the Information Security Officers Group or ISOG, friends in the financial services sector, industry partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all of you. With the rapidly evolving technology landscape, the BSP considers ISOG as one of its key allies in innovation and the fight against cybercriminals. Towards this end, the Bangko Sentral commends ISOG for spearheading a discussion on the forthcoming technological innovation which the world is being introduced to. The COVID-19 pandemic triggered a massive shift to digital payments and financial services and e-commerce. As more people increasingly utilize digital financial channels and services such as internet banking, mobile apps, InstaPay, and PesoNet, opportunities for uplifting the country's online economy as well as expanding financial inclusion continue to flourish. This same digital phenomenon ushers in the new age of experimentation, innovative products and services such as virtual assets, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and more recently, the development of the so-called Metaverse. While most may only recognize the Metaverse as another platform for social media and virtual reality, we must remember that this virtual space has its own virtual economy enabled by digital currencies and non-fungible tokens or NFTs. Due to the promise of limitless opportunities in this virtual space, companies such as Facebook, Microsoft, Nvidia, Roblox, Unity, and Snap are allocating resources to their respective metaverse infrastructures. As organizations rush to build the metaverse, cyber threat actors are also devising new tactics to exploit augmented and virtual reality, IoT, and digital currency vulnerabilities to launch attacks on organizations and customers in the metaverse. As companies migrate to the metaverse, the BSP will remain vigilant in closely monitoring the developments in this uncharted area of cyberspace. Consistent with our mandate in ensuring the stability, safety, and efficiency of the country's financial system, the Bangko Sentral will continue to adopt a comprehensive, agile, risk-based, and engaging approach towards cybersecurity in order to stay ahead of threat actors. For the BSP, the approach we have taken with respect to ICT risk and cybersecurity supervision can be summed up into four key themes, namely cohesive and comprehensive, agile and balanced, risk-based and proportionate, and engaging and collaborative. The four of which can be represented by the acronym CARE. To promote a cohesive and comprehensive approach towards risk management, the BSP issues circulars and regulations for compliance of supervised institutions covering the various facets of ICT and cybersecurity. Some notable regulations issued for this purpose include BSP Circular Number 808, which serves as the foundational framework for IT risk management. This covers IT governance, risk management, and controls implementation on various areas, namely IT operations, information security, development and acquisition, IT outsourcing and vendor management, disaster recovery, and IT audit. BSP Circular 951 on Business Continuity Management Guidelines sets out a comprehensive framework covering the entire business, defining the policies and protocols for the continuous functioning of mission-critical services amidst business disruptions. Said regulations prescribe the conduct of business impact analysis and risk assessment to form the business continuity plan, backup and recovery mechanisms, and BCP testing and awareness. BSP Circular 982 presents a holistic framework on information security. This circular highlights the role of the entity's board and senior management in spearheading sound information security governance and strong security culture within their respective networks. Likewise, supervised institutions are mandated to manage information security risk and exposures within acceptable levels through a dynamic interplay of people, policies, processes, and technologies following a continuing cycle such as identify, prevent, detect, respond, recover, and test phases. The circular also encompasses key elements of cyber resilience such as participation in information sharing and collaboration fora, enhancing situational awareness capabilities, as well as adoption of advanced cybersecurity controls and countermeasures. To ensure stringent compliance with the said IT risk management standards and regulations, the Bangko Sentral conducts the following IT risk supervision activities. First is on-site supervision, which includes regular, overseeing, and thematic examinations. Second is off-site supervision, which includes licensing and surveillance activities. And lastly, policy development, which encompasses research and policy studies. To facilitate agile and balanced approach towards supervision, the BSP utilizes a test and learn approach, otherwise known as regulatory sandbox, in dealing with innovative financial technologies in the market. The regulatory sandbox allows pioneering solutions and technologies to be deployed in a live but controlled setting. This approach encourages market innovation while ensuring that appropriate prudential standards are observed by market players, hence avoiding potentially good innovations to be constrained by undue excessive regulations. This includes adapting new and recalibrating existing regulatory requirements or procedures that may unintentionally inhibit innovation or render them non-viable. The framework consists of 5 important stages, commencing from the enabling stance adopted by the BSP during initial engagement with the applicant, going through guided and clear rules for implementation, and up to continuing monitoring of matured services. With such an approach, we are consistently able to timely employ risk mitigating actions and craft appropriate policies revolving around consumers' welfare and protection and secure financial system. At the same time, the need to uphold cybersecurity, consumer protection, and anti-money laundering practices is emphasized. Another area where the BSP demonstrates being agile and proactive is on cybersecurity surveillance. In 2018, we issued BSP Circular number 1019, which requires supervised entities to submit to the BSP within 2 hours major cyber incidents and financial disruptions. Such practice enabled us greater visibility over the cyber threat and technology issues confronting the financial system. For us to better respond to these reports, the BSP developed an incident triage system whereby our supervisory responses are commensurate to the risk involved. In keeping with the BSP's risk-based and proportionate approach, we have adopted a new rating system called Supervisory Assessment Framework, or SAFER, which facilitates robust, dynamic, and forward-looking assessments of the systemic importance, risk profile, and quality of governance of supervised entities. A key feature of the SAFER is the use of business model analysis, which considers the entity's significant activities as the drivers of risk and enhanced consolidated supervision, in which the impact and risks are viewed on a group-wide basis. This SAFER framework incorporates 3 major elements. First is the entity's impact to the financial system, which reflects on the impact of the financial institution on the financial system in the event of its failure. Second is the entity's risk profile, which reflects its ability to withstand adverse conditions, and a single risk assessment system shall be observed in the off-site and on-site phases of supervision. And lastly, supervisory intensity, which considers both the entity's impact and its risk profile in determining the appropriate supervisory actions. The last item is on engagement and collaboration. With this, the BSP closely coordinates with the financial community and key stakeholders with respect to rolling out of cybersecurity awareness campaigns through social media blasts through Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, advising supervised entities and the public on emerging scams, and providing practical security tips on work-from-home arrangements, among others. We have also intensified our cyber surveillance activities through close coordination with supervised entities on potential cyber threats and preventive countermeasures. We have likewise issued a series of memoranda reminding all supervised entities to stay vigilant and employ multi-layered security defenses against COVID-19-themed cyber and financial crimes. Lastly, we have reinforced collaboration with key stakeholders including law enforcement agencies such as NBI and PNP to facilitate investigation and prosecution of cyber incidents. To support the CARE approach towards supervision, the BSP recently issued Circular 1140, which establishes the requirement for the adoption of a robust fraud management system as well as reinforced consumer education and awareness program. This amendment to BSP's IT risk management regulations aimed to strengthen the financial system's cybersecurity posture as well as minimize losses arising from fraud and cybercriminal activities. In addition to this circular, the BSP's most recent policy issuances on IT risk supervision include: first is the BSP Memorandum M2022-015, which provides recommended controls against cyber fraud and attacks on retail electronic payments and financial services. And second, BSP Memorandum M-2022-016, which provides security control recommendations for application programming interfaces or API. Some notable controls introduced by this memorandum include: first is the removal of clickable links in customer-directed communications from the financial institution. Second, the requirement for customer notifications for key changes in their accounts. And third, the imposition of restriction for any officer of the supervised entity to manually obtain critical credentials of customers. The highlighted controls from the memorandum focus on instilling more robust safeguards to protect customers from falling victim to common social engineering schemes. In view of the prevalence of use of APIs by online merchants, payment gateways, and technology service providers, the BSP issued Memorandum M2022-016 to introduce recommendations for strengthening controls on API and interconnections, as well as controls and processes supporting the operation, connectivity, and endpoint security of APIs. Some critical API control recommendations introduced by the said memorandum include: strong authentication and authorization mechanisms, encryption of sensitive API payload data, and sanitation of API responses. The mentioned control recommendations ensure the establishment of safe and secure API connections. To institutionalize industry-level guidance to strengthen the cyber resilience of the country's financial services sector, the Bangko Sentral is in the early stages of developing a Financial Services Cyber Resilience Plan or FSCRP. Anchored on the need to formalize a roadmap that would guide holistic and sustainable cybersecurity initiatives, the FSCRP shall serve as the primary framework covering the high-level goals and strategies to strengthen cyber resilience in the whole financial services industry. As the primary cyber resilience framework for the financial services industry, the objectives of the FSCRP include: first, establishing defined incident response protocols and mechanisms supplemented by regular industry-wide testing regime. Next is the active and expansive information sharing arrangements among industry participants and increased coordination with law enforcement agencies and other critical infrastructure sectors on cybersecurity concerns. Third is the adoption of cybersecurity best practices and standards to address systemic vulnerabilities, leading to enhanced cyber capabilities and maturity. And lastly, strong cybersecurity culture and awareness founded on shared responsibility of all stakeholders. As the Chief Information Security Officers and Cybersecurity Practitioners of your respective organizations, the BSP recognizes your valuable role in the development as well as implementation of this industry-level plan. Ladies and gentlemen, as we explore the opportunities offered by the Metaverse, we have to remain vigilant and ensure compliance with the standards on cybersecurity consistent with established regulations, best practices, and the soon-to-be-developed FSCRP. In closing, I would like to commend our friends and colleagues in ISOG for remaining at pace with emerging technological innovations and continuously pursuing with passion and dedication our shared goals and aspiration for a strong, safe, and cyber-resilient financial system. Again, thank you, and I wish we would all have a fruitful and collaborative discussion ahead of us.
Thank you, Sir Mel, for sharing with us the plan of BSP for us to cope and be resilient in cyberspace. Okay, so just keep those questions coming during the chat, and later we'll keep track of everyone's names for our Q&A feedback raffle contest, which will take place after our third presenter. And with the Metaverse movement becoming a reality in a short space of time, much of its potential development and implications remain to be seen. By rushing into the Metaverse, organizations will create a larger attack surface for cyber attackers, necessitating stronger security and protection. Join our third presenter, who is a seasoned cybersecurity strategist who has advised Fortune 500 companies around the world on best practice for managing cyber risk. He has advised governments, major banks, and multinational companies, and his comments on cybersecurity and the rising threat to critical national infrastructure have been reported in local and international media, including CNBC, Channel News Asia, and the Straits Times. So this morning, he will share his exploration of the concept and implications of the Metaverse and how AI and autonomous response can help organizations constantly stay one step ahead of attackers in the next wave of cybersecurity dangers. Let us all welcome the Director of Enterprise Security of Darktrace, Mr. Tony Jarvis.
Cyber attackers today are constantly innovating, experimenting with new techniques and exploiting fresh vulnerabilities. Too often, defense tools are scrambling to catch up, scrutinizing cyber threats they've seen in the past to try and prepare for the next attack. Known threats can be analyzed and fingerprinted, so that when a new attack that shares these same hallmarks appears, it is recognized as a threat. But the pace of attacker innovation means this approach no longer works. Every day, new lines of code are created, new attack infrastructure is set up, and new strategies are developed, meaning that ransomware and other cyber attacks go under the radar. Darktrace's self-learning AI takes a fundamentally different approach. Instead of trying to predict the next attack by looking to the past, self-learning AI learns from its unique digital surroundings and forms an evolving understanding of your organization from real-time data. It analyzes every email and cloud account, every network connection and remote endpoint. It learns the patterns of life for everyone and everything in the organization. This allows it to identify subtle deviations from normal activity, which may indicate an emerging cyber threat, regardless of whether that threat is known or unknown. And the AI doesn't stop there. Thanks to its evolving understanding, it can also stop a cyber attack from spreading by taking highly targeted, proportionate actions on behalf of the security team. Critically, autonomous response technology allows normal business activity to continue without disruption while an attack is being constrained. Self-learning AI deploys from the cloud and continuously learns from your data. It can be applied to any digital environment that requires protection, from email and cloud applications through to internet-enabled devices and even industrial control systems. Darktrace's self-learning AI understands your organization, detects threats that others miss, and responds surgically, so you can focus on what matters.
Thank you everybody for joining. My name is Tony Jarvis, Director of Enterprise Security here at Darktrace, looking after Asia Pacific and Japan. Today, really excited to be talking about cybersecurity as it relates to the metaverse and using artificial intelligence to detect unusual things happening and the capability to respond autonomously as we see those unfold. Really, really excited for today's presentation. Going to get straight into it. Let's start off by looking at what the metaverse actually is. Now, it's definitely worth asking this question because there is a lot of confusion around exactly what the metaverse is. It is still evolving. It is not a finished product by any means at the moment, but it does have a lot of promise, a lot of potential. There is the opportunity or the possibility to build up entire economies around the metaverse or within the metaverse. It has the potential to change how we work. It also has the potential to change consumer interests. So there are examples of things that have sort of gradually taken us from where we were into what might be some version of the metaverse. And they're some of the games that people have been playing, such as Minecraft, such as Fortnite, such as Roblox. And these are starting to emerge. But if you look on screen here, there are a number of questions that people do ask. And this is from a number of searches, 2.62 million different searches, showing basically that very, very few people do really understand exactly what the metaverse is all about. This means that there is amazing potential to be held. We're just not quite there yet. It is rapidly evolving as we watch day to day. Some are seeing opportunities and they're taking advantage of those opportunities. For example, cryptocurrencies. But again, it is very, very early days. Very exciting though. So what actually makes up the metaverse? What are the building blocks? What are the components that sort of build it out? Well, there's a number and you can see them on screen. I'm not going to read them out, but none of this is really new. It's existing things done in a different way with one or two exceptions. So we've talked about games like Second Life. You'll see some of these things making their way into the metaverse. They've sort of paved the way there. But essentially, it's a newer, refreshed version of the internet. It's three-dimensional. We have virtual environments that we can operate within. It's no longer simply text and images and video and other media. It's interactive. Many of this will use different technologies maybe we're not accustomed to using today. And they're going to include things such as augmented reality, AR, as well as cloud technology. There's going to be IoT, Internet of Things, and even artificial intelligence. That's all going to make up what will become our understanding of the metaverse. So at the moment, we can explore virtual worlds, we can play games, we can shop, we can even invest in the metaverse at the moment, invest in virtual real estate, we can invest in artwork. And you might hear people referring to things like NFTs, and that's exactly what they're referring to there, or certainly one use case. But there are security concerns that go along with this. Phishing, as an example. Phishing has been with us for quite some time. It will continue as we enter into the metaverse, and it will take on new forms, and the metaverse will give attackers the opportunity to perform their attacks in different ways. Maybe instead of reading an email, we're going to be talking to an avatar. It is still phishing. It's still asking us for information. It's still tempting us to do something. It may not be clicking on a link or opening an attachment, but it might be something that works against our security. So what are some of the implications here that we need to be aware of? Well, there's a couple. First of all, there is going to be an increase in what we call the attack surface, the number of devices we're using and any vulnerabilities that go along with those devices. And that means if we're using additional hardware, such as virtual reality headsets or smart glasses, any vulnerabilities in those are going to be something that can potentially pose a risk. So organizations need to be thinking how those devices and parties interact, because the attackers will make use of this. But there's also going to be greater amounts of personal information being collected. And there are some very good reasons for this. PII is an issue right now. It's been an issue with Web 2.0. Now, unfortunately, the metaverse is going to exacerbate this issue further. So it is going to continue to be something that we grapple with. Online services do collect and store our identities. They also store our browsing behavior, our personal data, and this makes it very convenient to use the internet. Makes tailored suggestions, for example, possible. But if we're looking at security, then we need to be aware that facial features, our biometric data, can be exposed. And if that is exposed, it can potentially be used for fraud and impersonating our identities. And this can be used to make unauthorized transactions, which inevitably go back to your credit card or whatever payment method might be used. So yes, there are security considerations to be had. We've talked a little bit about phishing. Let's talk about how it has evolved over time. We know that at the moment, it is becoming more and more targeted. It's no longer a case of generic spam messages sent to everybody with no changes being made. It's very precise. Often the victim is researched. They will have a custom email written. We can even use artificial intelligence, the attackers, to craft these emails and make it look very, very legitimate, to the point where even seasoned security professionals might inadvertently click on some of these links. The English would be perfect. You can't just simply spot bad spelling mistakes or grammar mistakes. And the internet and the way it has been built up with the ability to register dozens or hundreds of domain names very quickly, very cheaply. And if any of these get found out, they can simply be burnt down and new ones be used instead. Does make it possible for attackers to have a fighting chance of having these attacks being successful. It makes it easy for credentials to be obtained. And that's why email is the leading cause of how an attack would likely get into the network or the organization in the first place. Well over 90% of cyber attacks do start with an email. Phishing is going to continue as we enter into the metaverse. It is not going away. It's something that we need to build our protections out further. And certainly, if we have this under control now, we can augment that as new protections actually come to market and get built out for metaverse-specific use cases. So if we talk about phishing in the metaverse itself, let's make this very specific now. This has been building out for quite some time. There was a case some time ago, I think this is last year or perhaps the year before, and this happens all the time. We have social media profiles being created with fake pictures, and somebody might reach out to a target, a victim. In this case, I saw it used to target soldiers that were actually deployed, in military operations. These soldiers would be tempted with these photos, with these social media profiles, to download dating applications, or maybe that's even how they met. And from there, getting tempted further to download applications to do a number of different things. It might be to chat, it might be something else. Unfortunately, inside these applications comes malware and the ability to monitor the GPS of their smartphone, the ability to monitor their camera without them knowing, the ability to monitor their microphone. And suddenly, all of a sudden, you're doing reconnaissance and collecting information about military personnel on the other side, your enemy. So we've seen this be used in the past. We've even seen, if we're talking about the metaverse and its various incarnations, Second Life, the application, the game, the platform, be used with a number of different attacks. So we've seen people offering updates, people offering free gifts, discounts, helping you get your avatar the way you want it. And in exchange for that, they say, well, look, we just want access to your account. And some people actually give this away. There's even additional methods of conducting fraud in the metaverse itself. And these include things like account takeovers. That's certainly nothing new to the metaverse, but it does apply to the metaverse. And things which we call rug pull scams. So NFT rug pulls. And this might be You buy an NFT and it comes with the promise of exclusive giveaways, maybe having early access to special games that are being built out in the metaverse. And as soon as you spend your money and buy that NFT, the developer walks away, they close up shop, they take the funds with them, and they can't be tracked, they're anonymous, and unfortunately the buyer is left without their funds and without anything to show for it as well. So you can see a little image on the screen here. This goes all the way back to NFTs first coming out. One of the very first transactions made was the first tweet from the CEO, the founder of Twitter, that sold for quite a hefty sum. And that was actually involved in fraudulent issues as well after the initial sale. So phishing is definitely going to be something that we do contend with here. If we are talking about a phishing attack, let's sort of go back and look at what we're doing today. How do we respond to phishing today? There are lots of different approaches, and these continue to evolve over time. One case that we saw relating to one of the customers that we actually look out for and actually help with their security involved an attacker getting into an organization. They'd gotten in before we actually had visibility across that estate, and they were going through emails. They were looking at what sort of things were being sent, what sort of things were being received. They identified one supplier related to this target organization and some of the invoices that were being sent. And basically what they did was they got hold of these invoices, they used them as a template, they changed the bank account details, spoofed a name to make it look like it was coming from a legitimate similar address, and sent it through, asking for a payment. We're actually asking for about $78,000 there to the victim, who was used to receiving emails from this specific sender. And the sender account was exactly the same. Unfortunately, it was just a different individual using that account because that account had been compromised. Now, in this particular case, we saw that there were some things tipping us off that something wasn't quite right. There was a lack of previous correspondence in this particular email chain. There was a reply to what looked like an existing conversation, but it wasn't an existing conversation. It was simply a copy and paste with some details changed, trying to make it look like it was part of an existing conversation flow. We saw some email rules being set up to actually delete sent items as soon as they were sent. This is how attackers typically try to cover their tracks. And so you can see the image on the screenshot here is the investigative platform, looking at the emails, looking at what it was seeing, and giving a level of confidence as to how malicious it thought these emails were. And you can see a 65%, a 73%, these emails were held back. They were identified to be malicious, they were held back, so those malicious emails never made it through to the intended victim. This is what we need to be doing when it comes to the metaverse. We're going to need exactly the same level of protections, if not more, because we're now looking at the ability for attackers to do the same things they've been doing in the past, but doing them in different ways. And this is all going to be brand new territory for everybody who's new to the realm of the metaverse. And this is why awareness is also going to be critical, because not only do we need the technical capability to detect, but we also need the people to be aware of what to look out for as well. Now, let's talk briefly about NFTs and cryptocurrency, because with each of those goes the possibility to use these for cybercrime. And we end up with crypto scams, and we see many, many of these in the press. Couple on screen here right now. But if we think about NFTs, really at the end of the day, they're very similar to everything else we look at from a technology perspective. They are digital data that needs to be stored somewhere, and they need to be secured. Now, in March this year, not too long ago, a musical rapper based in Singapore, so neighboring, quite close by, revealed that he had more than 20 ETH currencies stolen, and that equates to about $100,000 worth of NFT, and that was taken out of his cryptocurrency wallet. He had been the victim of a phishing scam, and this phishing scam was enticing him to click on a fraudulent link that he saw on Twitter, enticing him with some sort of promise of discounts or whatever it might be. And people see these and they click on it and they enter in their details. And those details then get sent to somebody else who's waiting for them. And now we have account takeover. Somebody is taking over their account. They can send all of those cryptocurrency, NFTs, and everything else I've got inside that wallet to some other address. On the right-hand side, you've got a tweet by Seth Green, and he had a considerable number of NFTs, $200,000 in this case, stolen. But very interesting, this one, because a collector had actually paid for those NFTs. It was stolen by one individual and paid for by somebody else. Now, in the real world, if you go and steal a painting, even if you sell it to somebody else, the original owner always has the rights to use it. So if it's found, it can be restored to, the original owner. When we look at NFTs, it's very different because the NFT is the usage rights. So the holder, if this can be stolen and given to somebody else, the owner ends up with the right to use it, the fraudulent owner instead of the original owner. And this is really concerning in an area that lawyers are getting involved in, and maybe we might need some new regulation to protect against, but it is something definitely to be aware of. So NFTs and crypto scams do happen regularly, and it may not be possible, many times it's not, to actually restore any of those stolen funds at all. There are a whole bunch of additional risks if we're talking about crypto. Some of these on screen right now, which you can read. We've certainly got the financial side. We know that if you're making transactions using crypto, there is a risk. It's volatile. It's one price today, it's another tomorrow. Definitely a lot more volatile than a stable currency. So unfortunately, this is poorly understood by a lot of people, and so the risk is increased. There's also the risk of increasing attacks. We do see attacks increasing in number. So we see people going after crypto wallets, transactions using social engineering, and they're trying to take over these crypto assets. So we can talk about things like using multi-factor authentication. We can talk about proper cyber hygiene. We can talk about having security awareness and training in place so that people are aware what they can do themselves. The crypto exchanges or the crypto platforms are also something we probably should be talking about, because people tend to think that if you have something managed through a crypto exchange, they will do the security for you. The sad truth is that even the bigger ones can and do get breached, and money has been lost in the past and will no doubt continue to be lost in the future. Security experts may have different ways of storing their own crypto assets, but the majority of us rely on these crypto exchanges, so definitely something to consider there. And then finally, we've got the regulatory landscape. There are changes that many in power are discussing, and they would like to be seen to enact some changes for people's protection. So a lot of financial authorities are involved in these discussions, a lot of politicians as well, and this is on a global level. It's not just country by country, this is happening right across the world. So certainly a number of risks to be talking about. Now, if we're talking about phishing, and what the outcomes of that phishing might be, well, phishing might allow somebody to take over ownership of your standard email address, but it could just as well give them ownership of your NFTs. It's exactly the same use case. It might even be the same sort of attack. So if we look at one particular case of a phishing attack, this is one addressed to McLaren, F1 racing team. And it came from a supplier that they knew. So again, that trusted relationship. They were sent an email, which was telling them they had a voicemail message and they needed to click on a link to retrieve that message. Not the sort of thing they typically got, but the email came from somebody they were used to receiving emails from. If they were to click on that link, it would have taken them to a landing page that looked just like Office 365. Now, if they fell for this and if they put in their email address and their password, unfortunately, this was not the Office 365 landing page. It was a page that looked as much as possible like the real thing, but it was not. It belonged to a malicious individual who was trying to harvest their login details. And with those login details, they could take over their email accounts. So we did see a number of things that actually told us here that it would be malicious. Using a number of different elements and joining the dots using artificial intelligence, we could tell that this particular email was out of character for the actual sender. Just the wording, what they were trying to do, enticing them to click on a link, just wasn't what they were used to sending or receiving. Hiding the link itself, using the text inside the email to make it so that you can't see where that URL points to, another thing. And there were others. So even though this was from a known correspondent, somebody that we might have trusted, it was in fact a malicious email, and it was held back. So we are using artificial intelligence more and more to spot things that humans or traditional protections simply are going to miss. That is going to be even more important as we move increasingly into the metaverse, because there's going to be more at stake. There's going to be more information that can be leveraged for an attacker's gain and against a victim or a target. So artificial intelligence is definitely helping and will continue to help in the future. Now, we also need to talk about identity and safeguarding the identity of individuals. We know that history does have a habit of repeating itself. Every time there's been an instance of new technology, whether it's cloud, whether it's Internet of Things, it's worked its way into organizations. At first, they might have resisted, but now every organization uses cloud. Every organization uses smartphones. With these new technologies comes their own risks. The metaverse is going to be no different. So organizations need to start learning what those risks are. Identity is a powerful weapon. We need to protect it. So we can talk about things like multi-factor authentication. We can talk about passwordless authentication. The ability to use a single console for all of your different systems, a single pane of glass, if you will, for consolidating visibility and different systems and platforms. And then, of course, visibility itself. We've got all these different platforms and experiences in the metaverse. They're all being built out and very exciting, but they need to have interoperability built in. This way, we can make the gaps between them seamless, and we can do something about improving the security. Transparency helps. Giving others the ability to look at the code, probe it, see if there's any issues, if there's any vulnerabilities, and having those corrected is definitely going to help us when it comes to security. So, last example here, if we're talking about account takeovers and identity, we can talk about those with Office 365. It's going to be exactly the same principle for the metaverse. It's still identity. One recent case we saw was an organization, again, another one we were helping, unusual logins coming from locations where logins for that user just didn't typically come from. The US or different parts of the US, Ghana as a different country altogether, and they were passing multi-factor authentication because the attacker had actually found a way in to change the telephone number of where those authentication codes went to. Very shortly after this, there were some email rules that were changed, and this included several different inboxes, so multiple changes at place. And again, shortly after that, this all happened within the span of days, different files being deleted. The attacker was trying to cover their tracks. So they were sending phishing emails out and trying to delete the evidence. Now, those phishing emails were impersonating the account owner, and this was all tied together using all of this different context, different events happening, artificial intelligence to make the correlations in real time. And even though this was over a very short period of time, it wasn't allowed to continue because this was in detect-only mode, but it still gave the customer the ability to go in and see what was happening and respond to it. And certainly if it was in a fully autonomous mode, this would have been dealt with much earlier towards the attack actually happening. So identity and account takeovers are going to continue to be of paramount importance. Last thing I want to close with here is the importance of zero trust. A couple of points I want to make about zero trust. First of all, with identity and access management. This is a fundamental principle of zero trust. Getting visibility into the logins that are happening. Who is logging in? Where are they logging in from? What sort of device are they using? What sort of security does that device have? Is it updated? Is it patched? What sort of permissions we have? What sort of admin changes are being made? Well, this can reveal whether we're seeing normal activity or abnormal activity. And similar things with the web gateways, not just the IAM, but the web gateways dealing with the traffic flows themselves, getting visibility into the remote users that we're seeing, the devices making these connections, and who or what they're connecting to. So this gives us the ability to look at insider threats, to look at malware. Zero Trust really is going to be an extension of the perimeter. It's the new rules, it's the new patterns, and we need the visibility into what's going on inside there, both with who the people are and what they're doing. If we can see what that is, and if we can figure out whether it's normal or whether unusual things are happening, and then being able to actually make changes and actually take action, it will give us the ability to detect and respond to a lot of these things that without the use of Zero Trust and without this visibility may not have even been visible with other traditional protections. So it is going to be of even greater importance as we begin operating within the metaverse. It's certainly going to be exciting. There is going to be a lot of importance around security. That's what we're here for. We love to discuss and learn from others. And so with that, I do want to wrap up today. Thank you all for your time and hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jarvis. Now, before we continue with our first panel discussion, let us take a short break. First, by having our first raffle draw. Is everyone excited? Okay, let's now raffle this off. The first raffle prize is a desktop soundbar with microphone. And the winner is Annie Gafood from PhilHealth. Congratulations, Miss Annie, for winning a desktop soundbar with a microphone. Okay, now let's go to the second raffle prize. It's a mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard with touchpad. And the winner is Mr. Nestor Lim from FundNest. Congratulations, Sir Nestor, for winning the mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard with touchpad. And the third prize is a LED gaming headphone with built-in microphone. And the winner is Mr. or Hill Jr. Villamater from Philippine Digital Asset Exchange. Congratulations for winning the LED gaming headphone with built-in microphone. Finally, the 4-in-1 USB sound card multifunction Type-C adapter. And the winner is it's Soying Ham from Soying Enterprises. Congratulations for winning the USB sound card multifunction Type-C adapter. Okay, thank you so much for your active participation in our chat box. And for those who missed winning in this portion, you still have 3 chances of winning. A delegate can only win once. He also has to be from the Philippines, within Metro Manila up to Rizal, Bulacan, Laguna, and Cavite. So get out those mobile desktop and laptop keyboards again, as a second set of winners will come from those who will ask questions in this panel discussion. Okay, to moderate our first panel discussion, Decoding the New Workspace in the Metaverse, is the Chief Executive Officer and President of Security Consulting, CEO of Swivel International Corporation, Vice President for Education and Research, Vice President for Education and Research Cloud Security Alliance, Philippine chapter, and for more than a decade, sharing his wisdom as part-time professor of De La Salle University and a part-time faculty at DLSU College of St. Benilde. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now call on Mr. Rickson Kea.
Yes, Chi, thank you for that generous introduction. So, as always, everyone is very excited because everyone wants to know and define the metaverse. So this morning, that is what we're going to do. We will not only define, but we will share with you the advancement and development that's being prepared by our set of panels in their own respective industry to share with our viewers this morning.
Okay, Sir Rickson, for you, personally, before we start calling our panelists, what is your insights in general about the metaverse and how do you think this will affect the new workspace?
This is really exciting because we're waiting for that disruption thing that will bring us opportunities And of course, that will bring us to the next level of the human evolution. Also, and people are saying that metaverse is the next evolution of the internet. So imagine if most of you are looking for that disruption, this is the time that you should be prepared and aware of what's happening now in this set of evolution. And you should not miss this.
All right, great. Thank you very much, sir. You know, I myself personally, I'm really learning a lot in this session, even if honestly I'm grasping on the technical terms. I see and hear the importance of cybersecurity in any angle of the business. It is really a must. Well, okay, and not to keep our audience on hold, as I'm sure everyone is looking forward to this discussion. Let me call back to our virtual stage 4 of our speakers during this morning's discussion: the Senior Executive Vice President, Chief Technology and Operations Officer, and Chief Transformation Officer of Union Bank, Mr. Henry Aguda; the Director of Enterprise Security of Darktrace by Mr. Tony Jarvis; Director and Head of Technology Risk and Innovation Supervision Department of Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Mr. Mel Plabasan; and the Chief Technology Officer and IT Director of Enterprise Business Group of Huawei Technologies Philippines, Mr. Arnie Alvarez.
Right, so may I request our technical team to put us in one screen so that everyone will see our distinguished gentlemen of the panel. All right, so okay, so while our technical team is preparing our screen, may I start off with a question raised by Eileen. So Eileen De Leon, one of the early question posters in our moderation. So Eileen raised that how's the adoption today of the Philippine population to Metaverse? How about the business industry and the consumer? So in your own respective field, do you hear any loud buzz on Metaverse already, especially in the Philippines? So we'll start with Arnie. Arnie, would you like to take the first blood of this segment?
Yes, good morning, Rickson. Thank you for that question. Well, to Eileen's question, definitely Metaverse, it's at, I should say, in the infancy stage, and there is a lot that is required to actually build a really immersive environment. But to answer the question directly, I have not seen it in production as far as well, as far as my engagement with a lot of customers, but there is a lot of intent by a lot of customers. They are looking into this and they are actually asking our help on how to build the really immersive metaverse infrastructure. So I hope that answers it directly. So
Yes.
Baby pa tayo, we are in the baby stage, and I think we are going in the right direction. And I think having metaverse in a security event is very important for me. And security often becomes an afterthought, and it should be part and parcel of any infrastructure development.
So you are correct, Sir Arnie. In fact, ISOG is among all the event and associations in the country. We are the first to set foot on the discussion on Metaverse. And
Yes.
most people are saying, are you too early for discussing this? This is on an infant scale for now, infant stage. But you are correct in saying that we need to prepare for this because we'll be surprised one day it's already there, and then we're off our guards. So let's now shift the question, same question, to Sir Tony of Darktrace. On your side of the globe, what's happening there with that metaverse?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. We're not seeing a lot of specific activity at a very local level. What we really do see is a lot of the big players making their first foray into the metaverse. We've seen big technology companies like Microsoft. We've seen clothing companies like Nike and others, even banks setting up shop in the metaverse. And I think really locally, I'm seeing more user involvement instead of organizations or vendors or technology companies actually creating things, certainly at a smaller level, but not the big headline grabbing news articles that I think a lot of the stuff we're reading right now. But as with many other technologies, we don't necessarily come first in terms of quickest to adopt or quickest to create, but we're a very, very close second. And then you will start seeing a lot of developments happen in very, very short order. And I think that we're almost at that inflection point right now.
So thank you for sharing that part of your narration. It seems that globally, generally in most technology companies and most countries, Metaverse is still on its infant stage. And thank you for verifying that, because if companies are scrambling to take the first estate, it's like a real estate, the first grab of this technology, they'll be owners of this decade-long technology and platform. So it's very interesting, and it's happening globally, even in the country. So now we like to ask Sir Mel on the inside, on the government side, in terms of companies looking at the metaverse. So how's metaverse specific to our government and the banking sector?
Yeah, I think I will just echo what Tony and Arnie mentioned, that it's just in the infancy stage. And as far as the banking sector is concerned, I think I have yet to see anything rolled out or on pilot right now, but we based on our engagement with the banks, they are also, but a lot of the institutions this is already in the radar of a lot of institutions, particularly with in ensuring that their infrastructure would be able to adapt this, what we call immersive virtual world. So yeah, it's really just discussion and preparing to their infrastructure right now.
So thank you for that, Sir Mel. But I like to slide in immediately this follow-up question from Amador Rakpan. He says, how can BSP accelerate the adoption of small financial institutions like RB, TBs, etc., in the wave of this metaverse landscape that's coming in? How can we not only accelerate, probably, how can we guide our small financial institution?
Yeah, I think it's the first step really is to embrace digital transformation. You cannot move to metaverse if you're using legacy systems, etc. So it's really embracing digital transformation and possibly embracing cloud, and changing mindset probably. And the way to go really is to digitally transform the way traditional financial services are being delivered to customers.
So thank you for that, Sir Mel. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we've been talking about digital transformation in ISOG events, and until now, it's still where we're saying, we're giving the same advice that you need to catch up, because the next phases of topics and industry trends would not wait for you.
Yeah,
and I believe what Sir Mel is saying, that we the government and BSP is driving efforts to convince and advise our banking sector and small players to start digitizing, start looking at digital, and so that you will be not left off by the next stage of the human evolution. Right. So thank you, Sir Mel, for that.
Rickson, I would just like to add that a lot has changed since 2 or 3 years ago, because right now we have already seen a lot of rural banks that have already transitioned to the cloud, particularly for their core banking system. So that's a very good first step in terms of digital transformation. We have more than 50 institutions already. Rural banks and other smaller institutions that are in the cloud already.
And that's thank you to you and BSP for guiding the industry. And we as ordinary consumers feel the advantage of our banks moving to digital. It makes our lives better. It makes our everything convenient. And these are the everyday convenience and the contribution to life of Filipinos. in the whole country. So thank you for that. Okay, so may I also raise another question to Sir Tony of Darktrace? The question is from Andrew Ignacio. In what specific ISO standards of information security system does Metaverse fully capable of addressing as a mean of compliance? He's saying that probably if we look at the ISMS or ISO 27001, how would we apply it to this new Metaverse platform and practice?
Yeah, that's a great question. And
I think it's a bit difficult question, but feel free.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's going to be one of these things that we can take our best bet right now, but over time, we're going to get some more concrete answers, much like we saw with things like, new laws being introduced in certain countries around cybersecurity and privacy, and even going back as far as GDPR. Something happens and there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of confusion, and we want a lot of information. And we start getting it, and it drip feeds, and we start getting more and more, and then we feel comfortable and mature with what we understand. Exactly the same is going to apply here. So with Metaverse, yes, a lot of the things we're doing right now, we need to continue to do. There may be some new specific use cases, some new things that need to be developed, whether that's specific frameworks, whether it's specific coverage areas. That will probably work itself out in time. But I think as with all security, it's always this journey. You never have 100%. So it's going to be a case of prioritizing, identifying what needs to be done, identifying the return that those specific activities you can do are going to provide for the organization. And you're going to be following, what is going to get you the best value for the efforts you're going to exert. And that's going to be a continuous process. So we can keep doing the sorts of things we're doing right now. That's going to provide a lot of good value, but there will be some additional sort of refinements that we'll see come out in the months and years ahead.
I like that part that you said, the context that Metaverse is not the destination, but rather a journey. So when we talk about security in Metaverse, when we talk about digitization, when we talk about the impact to the lives of people, well, Metaverse in itself is our journey. And we have to continuously strive to not only identify, build controls and all these, but generally we have to do it together as a community. And that insight of this being a journey is really the first step on how we adjust our mindset moving forward. So thank you for that, Tony. So let's move to Sir Arnie. Sir Arnie, I'm sorry to throw a bit of a technical question, but this is from Sonny Lazada. He said that, what's the difference between Metaverse and virtual reality? And is the Philippines ready for this technology?
Well, let me answer that short question with a long answer, if you don't mind. Well, for one, the basic story of technology in our lifetimes is that it's given us the power to express ourselves as human beings. So we experience the world in ever greater richness, like using FB stories, Instagram. So those things in the earlier years, that mostly meant text that we type in our computers. Then we got our phones with cameras, and the internet became very much more visual. And recently, as connections got faster, video became the main way that we experience content. So we've gone from desktop to web to phones, so from text, photos to videos. But that's not the end of the line. The next platform we see is even more immersive. It's embodied, well, we call it embodied internet, where you and I experience not just looking at it, and that is the metaverse. And to the question on the difference between metaverse and virtual reality, is that the question?
That's right.
Earlier?
That's right. Difference between metaverse and virtual reality. So they might be confused because both are VR has been with us for a decade, but metaverse seems new. So they're trying to describe it using similarities. But what's the difference? So I think that's a question raised by Son.
Well, it's actually if I may use the word blurred. Essentially, the metaverse is an open, shared, and persistent virtual world that offers 3D virtual spaces. Well, it's a bit technical, but on the other hand, virtual reality is the technology for creating three-dimensional virtual environment. So magkaiba siya, no? So it's a metaverse is a virtual world, while virtual reality for me is the technology for creating that 3D environment. So in short, you would need virtual reality in making metaverse. Well, that's my view on things.
Thank you for making it the most English definition of both.
It's very
And
difficult, but
yes, yes, but you hit the dot. That is correct. One is the tool that will transform that environment, but the platform itself is the metaverse. So later on, they will see the mix of these two definition in one universe, which is the metaverse. So, but there's a follow-up question: is the Philippines ready for this? What's your insight, Sir Arnie?
well, I am a very optimistic person. The Philippines is actually ready for it, in the sense that if you will take a look if you will take a look at a lot of news that Philippines is where nauna yan, di ba? Text capital of the world, and then Facebook. So people in the Philippines, we like those communication. We like communicating essentially. So as I mentioned earlier, we've gone from text to phone to video, now immersive. I think we will be excited. But to your question, again, to the previous question that I answered, we need to have a very robust infrastructure to ensure that that immersive experience, because metaverse is essentially giving that experience to people. What if yung nga 3D, but again the experience is very slow, just like having a video conference with a bad internet. Eh, I view it something like that. So we need to ensure that we have the proper infrastructure. But I think people are ready. It's just that we need to ensure that we have the proper foundational infrastructure.
So thank you for that, Sir Arnie. That is correct. In every disruption, in every evolution of technology, the infrastructure and the platform is very, very important. They play an important role. That's why previously when we were talking about telecommunications, it's now considered as a critical infrastructure of most countries. But in the future, the metaverse may be considered as a critical infrastructure in the future. But again, what we have shared, not unless we complete our current infrastructure requirement, we won't be able to move to this next phase of what we call the metaverse. So thank you for sharing that. And thank you also for encouraging us to build these infrastructure for us to pave the way for the future of the metaverse. So there's one more question that's very interesting. This is from Lenore Armentano. He says that how can government agencies, so probably not just government, but also our private sector, safely migrate on metaverse without jeopardizing data privacy? So data privacy has been a hotcake topic in this past few years. And how do we now move to metaverse considering that data privacy, there's a risk of on data privacy? So probably on the side of the government, may I ask Sir Mel, what's the side of the government on this?
Yeah, I think regardless if we're talking about metaverse or how we do things right now, I think because in metaverse there will be massive collection of data. It's not just the traditional personal data. It may also entail information about your movements, information about your behavior as well, because financial service providers in particular should be able to provide customized financial services to the client. So I think a prerequisite to a safe mass adoption of metaverse is really the strong enforcement of data privacy and consumer protection regulation. We really need to instill trust, and that's one. I mean, you cannot tell people to utilize metaverse if it is not safe, secure, and cannot be trusted, right? So there has to be a strong enforcement of data privacy and consumer protection regulation, I think.
Thank you for that, Sir Mel. So the magic word is trust. Okay, so let's now move to Sir Arnie. Sir Arnie, on the side of the private sector, what's your insight on data privacy on the movement towards the metaverse?
Well, my insight on that is, well, to the point of my presentation earlier, for those who've seen it, well, we need to ensure that data is protected at any stage of the life cycle. So that is going to be very important. And if there is a requirement to keep data for a prolonged period of time without while ensuring tamper proof, we have that systems in place. So we make sure that we help organizations comply, and we have been helping. In fact, FSIs or banks have been one of our biggest industry customers in the world, not only in the Philippines. So the biggest bank in the world is our customer. The biggest bank in Southeast Asia, the likes of DBS, has been using our system, and we we will comply. We have the systems in place to ensure that regulatory requirements are complied with as far as data protection is concerned.
So we would like to thank Sir Arnie, and of course Huawei, in terms of developing technologies to help us be secure, even with this movement. So we like to ask on the side of Tony from Darktrace, in the area of as a security provider, how do you ensure that data protection is applied when we move towards the metaverse?
Yeah, that's wonderful to ask. I wish more people were asking this and thinking about this as they make their journey to the metaverse, because unfortunately what we're going to see and what we are seeing is exactly the same thing we've seen before. Whenever new technology comes to bear, whether it's IoT, whether it's smartphones, whether it's cloud, could be anything, typically we see something, we all get some value out of it, people start leveraging it, embracing it, and eventually it makes its way into the enterprise. And security is often thought about really towards the end of that process. And then there's a lot of catch up to do. So I'm really hoping Metaverse doesn't happen like this, because unfortunately with Metaverse, we are exposing so much additional information, who we are, what sort of things we're interested in, all these different sort of various platforms and partners and technologies working hand in hand, integrating with a whole bunch of different services. That means a lot of our PII is now going to be floating around and is ending up under control of lots of different organizations. We just hope that they're doing a good job keeping it secure and not selling it for advertising purposes and that sort of thing. So some of it is going to come back on us. We need to take personal responsibility, but there's also going to be a very big element in terms of the various technical players that are part of this ecosystem. What sort of standards are they being accounted, to be responsible for? Are they doing their part? Do we all agree what we should all be doing? What sort of frameworks can we put in place? This is going to take a long time. So I'm very, very cautious about Metaverse when it comes to our own intellectual data, intellectual property, personally identifiable information, whether it's personal or, the technology behind the company we're working for, customer information, health information. This is all up for grabs for attackers. So we need to tread very carefully.
So thank you for sharing with us that principle that, you only share what you can protect. So I believe that's not only on the security vendor side, but also on the consumer, the general consumer. So they should be aware. And even if we move to this new set of platform, it's the same old principle that we apply. So thank you for keeping us with that. And I'd like to welcome back Henry Aguda. So Henry can you catch up with this one question? Because the question is about how do we, or probably share your insight on the side of a consumer bank or a universal bank, and on how you would prepare or taking care on data protection when you move to the metaverse. So probably the movement to the metaverse. So everyone's talking about that, but what's your insight on how we protect data on the metaverse?
Yeah. Hi, sorry. I thought the panel started. We started around 10, so I didn't know we were early. But hi to everybody. Hi, Director Mel. So, how do we ensure that we're still resilient when we move to the metaverse? Well, we just comply with everything that BSP requires us to do and the National Privacy Commission. So it's tough to go to the metaverse if you already have holes in your current security hygiene. So I guess to people listening, the first thing you do is to make sure that your current BAU, your legacy, your systems that you have right now, they have to be bulletproof. And then you start exploring going to the metaverse. So in Union Bank, that's the reason why we're still experimenting. Because one, it's evolving. Second, we're not yet there 100% in terms of going into that space. Because we have a very strict CISO who always keeps breathing down my neck, making sure that we're twice, three times protected. And we have a data protection organization that really ensures that everybody does privacy by design and ensures that everything's secure by intent. So that's what you do. You start with what you have right now and don't even venture into something new if you've not taken care of your current infrastructure.
So thank you for sharing with us the basic principles in protecting your infrastructure. So these are with the help of our government, BSP, and of course, NPC when it comes to guidelines on how to protect. That's a good start when we look at the government to help us in that area. And the policies that they create are not to stop us from evolving, but rather to assist us in our next evolution. So Henry, allow me to catch up again with one question that's on the list. Union Bank has been in the forefront of digitization. So everyone is looking at Union Bank as a model bank when it comes to exploring the new digital era, which also includes metaverse. So you don't have to answer this if it's still a secret on the side of Union Bank. So what have you guys been brewing out? Like, what are you building like in preparation for this metaverse? Are there bank services that you look to have or be one of the core service of Union Bank when it comes to metaverse?
Yeah, so no, there's no trade secret there. I think we're open to share what we're doing. So there are three fundamental building blocks for the metaverse. At least that's what we think. One is you have to be full cloud enabled, and that's what we're doing. We're moving all of our compute resources into the cloud in the next 2 years. All validated, supervised by the regulator, of course. If you dial down several years ago, people don't want to go to the cloud, but now the regulators are encouraging the exploration of the cloud. So we're pursuing that. Second, blockchain. We're heavy into blockchain experimentation. We feel that blockchain will be the new framework for the metaverse, and the story of the blockchain use cases that Union Bank has done. And third, that's when we're looking into new business constructs and model. So those things we're doing, including the aspiration to have the first bank branch in the metaverse. So we're working with the likes of Arc of Dreams, Artifact, such that when the time comes, when the customers are ready and regulation allows us to do so, you will no longer go to our website or our physical branch. You'll put on our goggles, and then there you go, you transact with us. So we're doing that. We've not launched anything in that respect, but our approach has been intentional. And I can't say we'll be there this year, but maybe early next year.
So Henry, I can't wait to wear the UBP goggles to taste the metaverse coffee that you will offer in the first branch, your first branch in metaverse. So we can't wait to try it out. Now, how would coffee taste like? A digital coffee taste like? So well, everyone can't wait for that. So thank you for sharing that. And all the other banks, I think you already have a blueprint of the strategy of Union Bank. So it's not a matter of catching up. It's a matter of when we can do this together. So I believe, it has to be a community effort as always. That's why ISOG has always prepared such events and forums for everyone to be informed and to be continuously at par with what's happening in the industry. So we have one question from our very own Alvin Punsalan. So he was raising, and I think this is directed to Sir Mel. Will BSP be issuing new circular to cover the metaverse? Sir Mel?
Yeah. I mentioned earlier that based on our initial assessment, the existing technology risk and cybersecurity regulations may still apply when it comes to adoption of metaverse. But of course, we try to be as dynamic as possible. So Henry and other supervised entities can observe that we constantly amend or revise existing regulations to take into account not only the developments but also the emerging threats. So if there is a need to revised regulation, and that will be done by the BSP to ensure that we can instill trust in the use of metaverse.
So I believe, Sir Mel, the government, the full effort of the government, not just on the side of BSP but also on NPC and other regulatory bodies, to make sure that proper guidelines in terms of not only security but for the safety and protection of our Filipinos in general. So thank you for sharing that, Sir Mel. And we have one question, but I'm not sure who can throw in the answer. It's an interesting question, I think, from Christine Joy Benitez. Is there an available platform in Metaverse for patient care? So probably she's looking at the area of HIPAA and then to talk about security in that area, but it's a health care area. Anyone who'd like to throw in any insight?
Yes.
Go ahead,
so,
Henry.
Yeah, so we just had a tech session with the technology provider, and they have uses for remote medicine, as well as remote consultation and what have you in the healthcare business using the metaverse, where the concept of which is if you have high value surgeons, they'd be able to interface in the metaverse. And on the other end of the communication line is a robot that's doing the surgery. Of course, it's limited application. So I'd like to also share that that thing is being explored by healthcare provider here in the Philippines also. So I'm also part of the InLife Healthcare, the fully owned subsidiary of InLife. And we want to explore it. We want to see how it can be applied in the Philippines, where you have doctors in Manila doing operations in the province, but in Manila, they are in a metaverse, and there's a medical robot somewhere in the remote regions that are able to provide the surgery. So very early stages, but we feel that in the next coming years, you'll see some use cases in the healthcare using metaverse in the Philippines.
So thank you for sharing that. Henry, you're wearing so many hats. So I'm wondering, when we are already on the metaverse, how many skins would you be shifting to? But Henry is correct. When we're talking about the application of these bots on healthcare, with combination of these experts being integrated into the metaverse, which allows the actual digital gap of those people from far-flung areas to get medical services. And I believe metaverse is colorless. It's not discriminatory, and everyone would be impacted by the metaverse. So that is one area that we might all agree to. And we'll proceed with the next question. Again, this is from Maria Barejan Padrique. Again, I'm sorry, Sir Mel. They're very, very interested. That's what BSP is planning for the metaverse. No? There's a question: is BSP ready for metaverse? What current programs that BSP has to prepare financial institution? I think some of them you have already answered. Yeah. And probably to rephrase her question is, what do they need to go ahead with? No, because when we're talking about metaverse, you cannot always wait for some people to tell you what to do. And it seems most of the questions are targeted that what would BSP tell us to do for the metaverse? So I think, Mel, this time around, what do you need to do without waiting for BSP so that you'll be ready for the metaverse? Would you like to share any? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. For the first one, I think, you should be offering, you should be adapting metaverse if your customers are ready to adapt to metaverse. Second is, it was already mentioned by Henry, the prerequisite to adapting metaverse is to ensure that your infrastructure is ready as well. So I think those will dictate when and how the institution will jump into metaverse. The readiness of the client and the readiness of the infrastructure.
So thank you for that reminder. I hope our audience coming from financial institutions can start already. Even if you are in the IT department or security department of your bank, you can still go ahead and do a lot of things in preparation for the metaverse. So let's move to the next question from Anna Arcilas. This is a very not really an intriguing question because it's timely. It's a timely question. So her question is, this is for all. So how do we keep crime out of the metaverse? So we'll go ahead with Tony. Tony, you like to take the first crack on it?
Okay, well, the answer, unfortunately, is that we can't. We can't keep crime out of what we have right now. We certainly can't keep crime out of the internet, out of the metaverse. If anything, it's going to get worse. What we do need to do is to make sure that we go into it understanding the risks, taking the necessary precautions we can be to minimize the chance of anything going wrong. But certainly if we are active in the metaverse and we're talking about the various organizations adopting it, that they understand what sort of things they can be leveraging to protect themselves. Just as today we use email, we have email security solutions, we will see more solutions being developed specifically for the sorts of risks that will emerge in the metaverse. And there's some of the things that if we are going to adopt and embrace metaverse, we're going to need to consider doing that in line with having the various protections in place at the same time.
So thank you for that. Mel, do you like to add anything on? Go ahead.
I totally agree with, I totally agree with Tony that it's impossible to completely eliminate crime in the metaverse, because essentially with metaverse, the organizations and even the user participants are still exposed to the same, let's say, phishing, data theft, probably malware and ransomware attacks. But what's challenging with metaverse really is because of the unique infrastructure by which metaverse is built. You need to also consider the additional challenges, like it was Tony here mentioned about, there will be massive use of NFTs probably or crypto, so that's an additional threat surface that we should all address. But I think that the more important thing really is for organizations to keep on to be proactive and to keep on exploring solutions that will make this ecosystem resilient. Yeah, I didn't mention secure, right? Because I mentioned resilient because what we are exposing right now is really not cybersecurity, but cyber resilience, because it's really impossible, as mentioned by Tony, to eliminate crimes, whether in metaverse or in the environment that we are in right now.
So Arnie, you'd like to add to what statement can you give the criminals when it comes to the metaverse?
Well, I'd like to echo off to what Tony and Mel mentioned, and also Henry, that Well, we need to be prepared, and there is going to be an increasing uh, surface area which hackers would be very excited to try and penetrate. So one thing about new technologies is it's not something that a lot of people know about, and if ever it starts booming, and hackers are very intelligent. So cyber criminals. So as early as now, I am certain that they are trying to find ways on how to penetrate the metaverse once it actually starts booming. And we need to be very mindful that they are there, and we need to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure. So it's basic, and we also need to educate a lot of people. If we will go back to actually WannaCry, they actually the study did during that time was spam and also lack of employee training made up majority of the ransomware attacks. So everything will go down to the basics, and I think the metaverse is just an added avenue for hackers to play around with.
So thank you for Arnie for sharing that insight on the metaverse being a playing field. I'd like to also highlight Sir Mario de Marillas, no, on the chat box, that he said, if the metaverse is the playing field, AR, VR, crypto, NFTs, and others are the games, and people are the players. So, Henry, you like to add anything to what Mario has shared with on the chat box? It seems that the playing field, the new criminals, the criminals that's coming in, the playing field is the metaverse. How can you, what can you say about that insight?
Sorry, Rick. Can you repeat the insight, the question?
Yeah, Mario has commented that the metaverse is the new playing field. So we people are the players. So
yeah,
of course, included in the list of players would be the criminals.
Yes.
Right. So how do we now play along in this playing field? What do we watch out for? Do we watch out for these criminals, or do we watch out for the platform? Or we as cybersecurity defenders should, do the first step, or do we wait for the criminals to do the first step for us?
Yeah, so that's the difficulty with new technology, right? So as technology evolves, so does the threat landscape. I don't know the answer right now, other than I echo what Director Mel mentioned, that the fundamentals that we have right now should still apply to the metaverse, like third-party risk assessment, because you have, imagine the number of third parties you'll be dealing with when you go to the metaverse, right? And the usual NIST framework. You guys all know about that. So I wish I could say that we can be ahead of the criminals. Unfortunately, they have no rules, while we have to agree on standards. We have to agree on rules. So I guess just take it as a given that they're tinkering and pioneering in that space already. So let's just be prepared that when we move into the metaverse, we're more coordinated as a community of cybersecurity practitioners to fight off the criminals. I guess it's a given. That's the price of connectedness, and also that's the price of going into a pioneering area.
So thank you for that insight. For me, I'll just summarize that as shared responsibility. So it doesn't mean that you will not be affected, that you don't need to take a stand on the metaverse. Everyone is part of the metaverse. And this connectedness world, this new world of connectedness, will be a community effort when it comes to shared responsibility on how to secure and protect. So I think everyone agrees to that. We're nearing our last few seconds and minutes of our session. We'd like to ask for your your parting words when it comes to the journey to the metaverse and how to secure the metaverse. We'll start with Sir Mel. Sir Mel, your parting words? Or probably we can start with Sir Arnie. Sir Arnie.
Okay, so thank you, Rick. I think Mel got disconnected. So my parting words is, well, metaverse is again something new, something that excites a lot of people, and something that also excites a lot of cyber criminals. So again, what they've been doing is they've been trying to attack the infrastructure. So security companies have become very intelligent and make sure the defense is rock solid. So this one allows them another entry door. So we need to be prepared, and we need to balance the benefits as against the risk. And as what Henry mentioned, again, definitely there will be a lot of regulations, but it all goes down to the basic foundation. We need to have that proper basic foundation to have that true immersive experience that the metaverse promises. So that for me is my parting words. Yep.
Thank you, Sir Arnie. Sir Tony, your parting words for...
Yeah, I think the metaverse is going to give us an immense opportunity in so many ways that we can't even imagine right now. There's huge potential and opportunity sitting there. There's also, unfortunately, the same opportunity and potential for attackers. So I'm certainly not saying you need to be scared of it or you should hold off. What I am saying is that venture into it, experiment, have fun, learn new things, but at the same time, read widely. Find out what's going on. If you see keywords pop up in a newspaper article or on an online journal or website, read it, learn more, go into it wanting to find out more than just the fun side of it or a specific use case, but try to understand it more holistically, because that will put you in good stead to be stable in terms of security going forward and build that foundation as it evolves.
That's right. That's a key word, is learning. No? That's a magic word for any disruption, any new technology, anything that we will face. We will be sustainable and we will be resilient as long as we keep learning. So thank you for that, Tony. And Henry, your parting wisdom?
Well, yeah, so I borrow the wisdom of Arnie and Tony. Anything new, you just have to learn, and that's the only comfort that you will get by knowing more about something that you don't understand. And as I ended my keynote earlier, making the metaverse resilient and secure starts with you guys, and you guys are the ones going to secure it for the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Henry. So we're waiting for Sir Mel, but while Sir Mel is trying to log in, so I think to summarize what we have been talking for the past 30 minutes. Well, metaverse right now is being defined. So there's not a fixed definition yet. And until now, we continuously develop things on something that we haven't developed yet. So there are a lot of ideas and a lot of things being developed on a platform that's not there yet. And that's why it's very difficult to prepare for something that's not there. But again, the trick here, as what have our panelists have shared, learning. The word learn is very important at this stage. And of course, securing or defining or securing an undefined space is very challenging indeed. So in summary of our discussion here, we look at the devices in the metaverse. We apply the basic concept that these devices are computers. And everything that's inherent to a computer, the vulnerabilities, the advantage of computers, the vulnerabilities of computers are carried out on the metaverse. So that means in the metaverse, it's the same risk that we're opening up, the same vulnerabilities, but it's on a different platform. And the evolution of Meta has its own inherent weaknesses that we need to protect as well. So we cybersecurity professionals, we need to design, because we're talking about criminals, that they always take the first step. Definitely, because like during this pandemic, you cannot create an antivirus for a virus that does not exist, and people will not vaccinate because exactly. So because of that, the question now is, how do we now protect ourselves? So as a summary of what our distinguished panels have shared with us, we need to design and develop protection based on principles. The security principles that we have been embracing. CIA, security by design, hygiene, zero trust, all of these. And these principles will continue to guide us in any future that we build, starting with this metaverse. So I guess we hope to still catch up with Sir Mel, and for everyone, stay in touch with us. Do not log out. We have more to come. Chi, take it away.
We have Mel, Rick. He just reconnected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, my
Mel,
device
hi,
is
hi.
not metaverse ready.
We thought you already logged into the metaverse and you went ahead with us. So Mel, any parting words for our audience?
Yeah, I think on the part of the BSP, we see a lot of potentials, particularly, I mean, in terms of adoption, there's really no hard and fast rule, but we see a lot of potentials for partnership between fintechs and traditional financial institutions, probably partnership between technology service providers. But I think I would always go back to instilling trust. We really need to work together and to work with the regulator as well, so that we are able to instill trust and ensure that the safe adoption of metaverse.
So thank you for that, and thank you to our distinguished panel, Sir Arnie, Tony, Sir Henry, and Sir Mel. Thank you for sharing your insight, and we hope to be able to extend this further, because there might be more questions being asked as we move towards this journey to the metaverse. So, Chi, let's proceed to our next segment. So thank you, everyone, again. Thank you.
And to our panelists, I'm sure we've learned so much from the first part of our forum. And as if those lessons are not enough, ISOG wants to give you more by giving away exciting raffle prizes to active participants who asked and placed feedback in our chat box. And here's our second batch of raffle winners. For the first raffle prize, which is a desktop soundbar with microphone, the winner is Michael Naval, Independent. Congratulations on the desktop soundbar with microphone. And for the mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard with touchpad, the winner is it's Brian Mabini, Tulay sa Pag-unlad Incorporated. Congratulations, Sir Brian, for winning the mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard. And for the LED gaming headphone with built-in microphone, the winner is Ali Naim from University of Makati. And finally, for the 4-in-1 USB sound card multifunction Type-C adapter, the winner is it's Ms. Myleth Kabusay from China Banking Corporation. Congratulations to all the winners today. And thank you so much for actively participating in our panel discussion. Before we start our next set of presenters and panel discussion, let us have a 5-minute break. See you again soon for the second half of our ISOG I Am Secure Metaverse Forum.
Making informed decisions is the key to facing any challenge. Count on us to give you balanced, fearless news and information. Anytime, anywhere, always.
We all live in a connected world where information travels faster than we can even imagine. Around the globe, Westcon Comstore enables our partners to harness the evolution of technology. By strategically focusing on these 7 foundational areas, we're revolutionizing the way our partners do business. Our cloud practice empowers partners to transform their businesses through private, hybrid, and public cloud infrastructures. Our global deployment practice helps partners expand their global reach seamlessly through a single point of contact. Our services practice enables partners to grow their businesses through greater strategic insight and richer margin opportunities. Our security practice arms partners so they can safeguard their customers' information and reputations while unlocking opportunities for their business growth. Our unified communications and collaboration practice connects resellers to the products, knowledge, and expertise needed to create seamless interactions anytime, anywhere. Our networking practice enables resellers to accelerate global connectivity through the fully integrated networks and support infrastructures their customers demand. Our data center practice unleashes our partners' abilities to advance information management for their customers. No matter where our partners are in the technology landscape, Westcon Comstore is there to expand their horizons. Westcon Comstore, delivering results together.
Welcome to Benilde School of Management and Information Technology, or SMIT. SMIT students are honed to be not only professionally competent, but also responsible professionals, business leaders, and entrepreneurs who value diversity and continuous learning through innovation. Benilde's beginnings are also rooted in the start of SMIT. In the 1980s, DLSU President, Brother Andrew Gonzalez, FSC, opened the Career Development Program, or CDP, which offered business programs for working students. CDP then grew to become SMIT, which from then on offered business programs that are reflective of today's industry in a technology-driven environment. In SMIT, classes are facilitated in an environment where learning happens in collaboration among faculty members, students, and associates. Our pioneering programs are cutting-edge and unique. SMIT was the first school in the country to offer programs in computer applications, export management, human resource management, interactive entertainment and multimedia computing, business intelligence, and analytics. Students can also enroll in real estate management, information systems, and cybersecurity. SMIT also continues to offer business management and marketing management under the Career Development Program. Our faculty members are industry practitioners who have worked as middle to senior managers and CEOs in various corporations. We also have faculty members who are industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and are distinguished members of the academe. SMIT programs are PASCU accredited, and the school is recognized as a center of excellence in business administration. SMIT continues to offer and will further develop programs that will provide our students with the needed competencies for them to be leaders in the fourth industrial revolution. We strive to be the school of choice for emerging business and technology leaders.
Every day, we continue to see how technology influences our lives. From the moment we wake up to the time we sleep, technology is intertwined in our daily activities. They have allowed us to live smarter, better, and safer. During COVID-19 crisis, its role has been further amplified, allowing continuity of operations, facilitating collaboration, enhancing communications, and strengthening connections. At VST ECS, commitment to innovation inspires us to look beyond our limits. With every single step, we aim to enable every partner and deliver technology to help organizations transform their business. As a member of the VST ECS group, we have what it takes to bring technology where they matter most. For decades, we have played a role in technology availability through our partnership and collaboration with retail partners, mobility channels, online platforms, system integrators, ISVs, and born-in-the-cloud businesses. We offer opportunities to help organizations thrive in this changed world with our impressive portfolio. Imagine what you can achieve when you have access to the world's best-in-class ICT products. We represent more than 90 ICT brands, a wide spectrum of choices to help you stay ahead of the game. Imagine your growth when you have the capacity to address and serve diverse customer needs. We offer an extensive array of products, solutions, and services including notebooks and desktops, consumer and commercial, gaming devices and accessories, mobility, smartphones, tablets, gadgets and accessories, e-mobility, e-vehicle, lifestyle IoT, workstations, printers and copiers, supplies, unified endpoint management and virtual desktops, commercial digital display, document imaging solutions, POS solutions, AIDC, servers, hyper-converged infrastructure, storage solutions, power management solutions, networking, wired and wireless, network security, software, CAD and graphics, software, enterprise solutions, artificial intelligence, and robot process automation, data management solutions, 3D printing, software-defined network, big data solutions, IP surveillance and security, collaboration solutions, cloud solutions, containers and microservices, DevOps, data center solutions and services, everything as a service, managed services, service and support pack, subscriptions. Imagine your strength when you cultivate relationships with industry leaders, game changers, tech experts, and trendsetters. There may be shifts in customer needs and market conditions. At VST ECS, we will remain focused to be the best and most admired technology partner in the Philippines. VST ECS Philippines Incorporated. Great products, great people, great solutions. Partner with us.
All right, let's proceed to our second set. And for those who missed winning in the last two sets of raffles, you still have two chances of winning by just placing your valuable questions and comments in our chat box. A delegate can only win once, so get out those mobile desktop and laptop keyboards again, as a third set of winners will be drawn from those who will ask questions in the next three speakers' presentations. So let's get started. Joining us today is a Field Chief Security Officer, Asia Pacific of Palo Alto Network, Mr. Ian Lim, and in his role, Ian helps to develop innovative solutions, threat prevention strategies, and risk management frameworks for business executives, as well as a wider cybersecurity community. With over 20 years of dedicated cybersecurity experience, he has led global security departments for Fortune 100 companies, deploying defense in-depth capabilities to thwart advanced attacks. He has cross-industry cybersecurity expertise at the financial, real estate, and healthcare verticals, and has done on-the-ground work in the US, EMEA, and APAC. He is also instrumental in developing governance policies and risk frameworks to meet regulatory compliance requirements, and in terms of publishing, he is the primary author of Information Security of Cost Management and Securing Cloud and Mobility, as well as a contributing author to our BAC's Information Security Management Handbook. For companies that are exploring a metaverse strategy, they need to understand what are the security implications of going into the metaverse. In this talk, Ian will discuss to us how to apply zero trust as a guiding principle to secure an organization's journey into the metaverse. Mr. Lim, the virtual floor is yours.
What if we could see cyber threats in real life? They would be everywhere, always watching, looking to gain access to our networks, clouds, and applications. Yesterday's technology can no longer stop them, but they can be stopped with consistent cybersecurity that protects work everywhere. Zero Trust with Zero Exceptions by Palo Alto Networks. We've got next.
My name is Ian Lim, and I'm the Field Chief Security Officer for Palo Alto Networks. Today, my topic is Zero Trust for the Metaverse. And the agenda is fairly simple. I'm going to start out by talking about the realities of the Metaverse today, followed by how there are already security implications to the way that we implement the Metaverse. And then, follow through with really how do you apply a zero trust principle and a zero trust strategy across the 7 layers of the Metaverse. Let's go and get started. From a reality perspective, we are dealing with a concept, right, that is visionary, and it's adopted by a lot of major companies. But ultimately, this is a journey that we're taking, and today, in its current state, there is no one metaverse, right? There are lots of metaverses out there, and as a matter of fact, there are almost different factions of metaverses. So the gaming industry has their own, the enterprise has theirs, retail will have theirs, and so on and so forth, social, for example. And all these various metaverses are going to start over the course of time consolidating, and that consolidation really means that there's interplay, that identities from one metaverse is going to be able to traverse another one, and most likely through things that we already know, such as APIs, such as single signed-on capabilities and the likes. But the reality is that there are multiple metaverses, and there will be efforts to stitch these metaverses together, or to make the identity and the digital assets fluid across these metaverses. So that's one. Which leads me to the second point. Organizations are trying to figure out what to do about the metaverse. Everyone has a plan. Well, I wouldn't say everyone, but a lot of major companies have plans to look at the metaverse. Retail in particular, they're starting to build out 3D spaces to kind of adopt a metaverse idea, right? The manufacturing area is really trying a different method of digital twinning, or really having a physical component that has a digital counterpart and mirroring that in the metaverse. And social enterprise avatars, meetings, etc. So you'll see evolution. I think the key point here is that the reality is that the metaverse is a fast-moving innovation, right? And there's going to be lots of trials and errors, which leads me to my last point. Because it's so innovative, because it's a fast-moving environment, there's going to be a lot of new and unknown attack vectors, right? Attack surfaces, and this will be apparent as a company starts investing in them and making it very appealing for attackers to target. So all that to say is that metaverse is a journey, and the attackers are very cognizant of this journey and will exploit them. Today, as it stands, the metaverse is insecure I'll highlight three major ways. The first one is cloud vulnerabilities. And the idea here is that most metaverse platforms will be built on cloud-native architectures. And cloud-native architecture, as well as the API component that's inherent in it, has vulnerabilities. Here on the slide, I show you an example of a very simple cloud-native architecture that we stood up internally at Palo Alto Networks, and we use infrastructure as code. We use Helm charts to deploy Kubernetes apps, and then we use container images instantiation, right? And as you can see, every time we move through that development lifecycle, we are introducing misconfigurations, and largely a lot of these misconfigurations comes from using public code that's available in public repositories. Now, you say, I'm not going to do that, but the reality is that this cloud-native culture has a lot of very, very good reusable components. Case in point, Log4j, that is a piece of code that a lot of vendors used, and when there were vulnerabilities in Log4j, it impacted a lot of people. SolarWinds is another key example. A lot of people don't know that SolarWinds was actually a compromise on the CI/CD pipeline, whereby the attackers injected malicious code into a DLL file that was part of the new version. And so when SolarWinds servers were downloading that particular version, they downloaded malware. So the CI/CD pipeline in any metaverse platform is absolutely vulnerable to attacks, right? We use our tool Checkoff to scan public repositories, Terraform modules. We saw 45% contain at least one critical or high severity insecure configuration. Kubernetes, 99%, one or more insecure configurations. Container images, again, 96% of them have known vulnerabilities. So anytime that you're doing cloud development and you're using third-party code, you have and stand the risk of basically creating vulnerabilities within your metaverse. Next, I want to talk about the IoT component. The IoT is essentially the interface into the metaverse. So to interact with the metaverse, you've got to have a headset. You're either using a smart device, you've got augmented reality. In the case of digital twins, you're implementing some sort of a smart device. But when we look at these endpoints, right? These IoT, these smart devices, the researchers from Rutgers have discovered that they were able to actually compromise the headset. So in their particular case, they were able to say that if you trick a user to downloading a malware onto the headset, that headset's able to read biometric information or information that basically if you're reading out a credit card transaction in a metaverse, it's able to pick that up. And further along, when you deep dive into kind of the whole gamut of IoT, we've seen the doubling essentially of attacks, right? 3 billion attacks of IoT devices in 2021. And we think that this is trending upwards because the metaverse, spatial web, Web 3.0 are all literally blurring the lines between the physical and the digital. And a lot of those components have the overlay, at the edge of IoT devices, and those IoT devices are susceptible to attacks. Last but not least, right, I wanted to highlight as well that, the metaverse is going to play in the field of crypto, it's going to play in the field of NFTs, right? And we've seen that both crypto and NFT are extremely targeted as well. Recently, we've seen that, crypto hackers stole 615 million from Axie Infinity. And then, you've looked at the losses in NFT crimes, right? Up 667%. Again, these are highly lucrative environments. And because we're transacting money, because we're dealing with digital assets that's worth something, the attackers are going to be there. In a nutshell, right, we are really dealing with an environment, the metaverse environment is definitely rife with opportunities for attackers to exploit. So what do we do about it? I would propose, much like what we've been proposing for enterprise security today, I would propose that we apply the principle of zero trust. But why is zero trust so important? I think that the answer to that question comes in the idea that when you look at groundbreaking innovations such as the metaverse, right, such as 3D designs, use of IoT, crypto, NFT, and then you combine that with the ever evolving attacks, right? That the hackers are kind of keeping pace and exploiting, all the different weaknesses in both the cloud, the IoT, as well as the crypto space. You can, that those two things combined is greater than any legacy security that you currently have, right? Which is to say that the old mindset of perimeter security, the old mindset of using tools that are not equipped with AI or machine learning, the legacy security essentially is not sufficient to meet the needs of the metaverse. And so therefore we need to apply a new paradigm, a new way of thinking. And we think that this new way of thinking is zero trust. We are not the only ones. The DoD, NIST, many regulators across the country, including the Bank of Philippines, the Central Bank of Philippines, they all push the idea that you've got to now think about your security from a zero trust approach, which is really making sure that you get rid of implicit trust in your architecture and that you continually validate each layer of the digital interaction. So we will get into that when we talk about the different layers of the metaverse. Now, just to kind of baseline, right? What's zero trust? Because you hear this term very often. I take the definition from the DoD, which is that the key tenets of zero trust is you have an assume breached mindset, right? So you plan your architecture with a breach in mind, and you basically make your architecture resilient to attacks by planning for it. Secondly, this never trust, always verify principle essentially is a continuous validation principles. You don't just allow and then ignore, right? Basically, after you authenticate and authorize, you let an administrator laterally move across the environment. That doesn't happen in a zero trust model. In a zero trust model, every user interaction, every API interaction, every digital interaction is basically evaluated over and over again to make sure that the behavior is still what we expect it to be. And then lastly, this whole idea of applying unified analytics. We are at the point where if we consume all these events and all this data, it's close to impossible to manually detect actionable intelligence. So we've got to rely on AI and machine learning to really flag what is anomalous in our environment. So now how do you apply that, right, to kind of the 7 layers? So now we've got that zero trust mindset, the zero trust tenets. I wanted to kind of share with you the 7 layers that John Radoff came up with for the metaverse. Again, the metaverse is a very new, I guess, a new concept in the sense that it's a new concept that's widely adopted now. And as you know, in kind of networking, you've got the OSI layers. Well, when I saw John Radoff's 7 layers, I thought that it would be really, it would make a lot of sense to kind of talk about security at all these 7 layers. So how do you apply it? Let's go and get started. So at the bottom layer, we have the infrastructure of the metaverse, right? So in the infrastructure, you are essentially talking about the network, right? You're still riding on some kind of cloud infrastructure. You're lower than cloud. You're riding on a network. You're riding on Wi-Fi. You're potentially riding on 5G. So the call there is by applying microsegmentation, for example, assume breach, applying microsegmentation into your network, by having visibility into your Wi-Fi traffic, into your 5G traffic, into your API traffic. That is key. On the life cycle, truly, the entire life cycle of cloud development has to be evaluated. Again, you continually validate, the beginning, instantiating the cloud infrastructure as code. You evaluate, the security there, the code that you use, right? If it's public code, if it's private code, make sure you're scanning it for vulnerabilities continuously. You're equipping your developers to have tools to be able to validate if the code that they're writing is secure. And then when you get to runtime, you're actually looking at baselining normal behavior and flagging anomalous behavior. So the entire life cycle of the cloud has to completely be constantly monitored, right? And thirdly, implementing a next generation zero trust network architecture for all the use cases where you have remote users, branch users, and contractor users, outside developers working in your metaverse environment. Is absolutely key. So that's on the infrastructure layer. On the human interface layer, so now we're talking about users interacting with the metaverse, right? And so bar none, strong authentication, especially biometric MFA, is highly recommended, and the ability not only to have strong authentication, but to also have a capability to baseline normal behavior and flag abnormal user behavior. Next is, when it comes to users and the metaverse, absolutely be cognizant of your privacy policies, and establish a baseline for how your IoT device is going to collect, use, and how you're going to protect that data that's coming in from your IoT device. Right. Moving on to decentralization, which is really talking about the edge computing component, the microservices, as well as the blockchain components, right? So in that respect, Definitely implement an AI-enabled threat detection and remediation from the cloud all the way to the edge. So what that means is that use a consolidated platform that is able to ingest all the different points that your metaverse infrastructure, and then layer up AI and machine learning to baseline normal and then flag abnormal behavior. Secondly, on the decentralization, which basically involves having APIs interact with other companies, other metaverses, secure that API architecture, have strong authentication to validate, never trust, right? Always validate, and then continually monitor that API interaction. And then lastly, from a blockchain perspective, there's a method called lock, mint, burn method to protect against cross-chain bridges. Cross-chain is when you're trying to bridge cryptocurrencies, right? Two different cryptocurrencies. So definitely apply known and tried and true methodologies to implement cross-chain securely. Next, going to spatial computing. So spatial computing is talking about the actual 3D components of your metaverse, the multitasking, the UI interfaces of the metaverse. And in those cases, continually harden and patch all your development tools and environments. So your 3D engines, your VR engines, all that have development components, right? Make sure you harden them and harden every step of that development environment. Next, cryptographically verify and baseline your IoT devices, especially when you're dealing with digital twins as they connect into your spatial network. So using cryptography, it is very important to be able to validate the integrity of all your endpoints where this is concerned. And then lastly, continuously monitor the integrity of data, be it from IoT or biometrics from the end users. Moving on to the creator economy, right? So this is where the metaverse is spread out and other people are able to contribute to the metaverse using design tools, using workflow, and then transacting on the back of the metaverse. Again, strong authentication, granular access control is key to this effort. Zero trust, right? Make sure that you can validate the identity, and then after you've validated the identity, make sure that you're continuously testing to ensure that the behavior of this identity has not deviated. The third part is third-party code. So, in a creator economy, they're going to reuse code, etc. And so, if there are a lot of code reused, make sure that those code is consistently scanned, and if there are public repositories that your metaverse is consuming from, make sure that you scan those repositories consistently. And lastly, create a notification system for creators so that at any time that there is, either as an authentication request, a money transaction, a new account, or a change of your crypto wallet, anything that is significant, make sure that you build in notification systems that go back out, to the creators, as well as notify your SOC so that they know to look at it. And then lastly, this whole idea of the experience of the metaverse and the discovery, which is sort of the ad networks and the social curations, ratings, etc. We're really talking about an awareness, right, for users. So continually educate all users, all participants of the metaverse in cybersecurity, making sure that anti-fraud is created to detect fraudulent transactions, or even robotic or automated social curations, reviews, etc. Applying the principle of never trusting and always validating, is key, so that you don't assume that a review is just written by a human, right? So you're continuously testing and validating that. And then lastly, as I've said before, designing self-alerting mechanisms allows end users to be aware when there are security incidents that are happening within their space. Now, just to sum it all up, right? When you look at the metaverse, you definitely have to apply these zero trust capabilities, get visibility. However you're implementing the metaverse, whatever state you're in terms of instantiation, from development environment, to your production environment, to how you interface with your third party, or if you're subscribing to a metaverse platform, ask them about the visibility of end users, the visibility of API interactions, so that you can deeply inspect those communications. Secondly, context. Context is the idea that as you consume all these various data points, right, you need to be able to correlate that. And that's why we lean on AI and machine learning to do that. So, at the network layer, you're consuming, traffic from the network, you're consuming traffic from endpoints, you're consuming traffic from cloud. Make sure you're able to correlate that by applying AI and machine learning on top of that. So you get a higher fidelity for your alerts. And then lastly, thirdly, control, right? The zero trust capability of control is the idea that you're able to consistently apply zero trust policy across your environment. So, if the metaverse has on-prem components as well as cloud components as well as edge components, make sure that you have a consistent platform that's able to apply standards and policies across all those environments. And then lastly, response. Definitely build, again, those self-alerting capabilities, tie it into your SOC so that they can automate and orchestrate responses as they see security events happening within your metaverse. I would kind of end by saying that, zero trust, like the metaverse, is a journey. So you've got to focus on building that culture from day one. You've got to build the culture of assume breach. So you're planning for cyber resilience, in your metaverse implementations. Secondly, you've got to always develop continuous validation that you're baselining all your digital interactions, whether it's users to machine, machine to machine, physical to digital, and vice versa. And then lastly, you've got to be able to quickly respond to any security incident within your environment, right? So develop orchestration and automation capabilities so that, we can push a lot of the mundane activities away and help your security analysts and your SOC folks focus on higher higher level threats. Because that's where our attackers are operating in. They're really operating at a very evolved level. And so we need to rapidly respond to that. I hope that this talk was useful to you. For any further questions, definitely feel free to reach out to me.
Mr. Lim, and now let us continue with our exciting metaverse topics. Our fifth speaker has more than 20 years of professional experience in information systems and internal audit, fraud examination, information and cybersecurity, data privacy, and IT governance consulting from financial institutions, audit firms, and IT consulting companies. He is a faculty associate member and technology governance committee member of the Institute of Corporate Directors of the Philippines, executive member of Cyber Ed Board Community, former president and board of trustee and lecturer of ISACA Manila chapter, advisor, former board of trustee and lecturer of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners Philippines chapter, advisory board member of Asia Pacific College's School of Computing and Information Technologies, and mentor of Adamson University's NEO Science and Technology Incubation Center. He has recently been named one of the industry's era's 10 best CISOs of 2021 and the Corinium Intelligence Global Top 100 Leaders in Information Security of 2022. Let us all welcome today the CISO and Head of IT Consulting and Software Engineering of Accenture Incorporated, Mr. Mario De Marias.
Good day, everyone. So I'll be your science speaker for this session. But first of all, I'd like to greet the ISOG officers, the staff members, and organizing committee members. And also like to have a special mention to Mr. Chito Asinto, Vice President of ISOG, and Archie Tolentino, the President, for inviting me for this Metaverse Forum. And also like to greet the keynote speaker, my fellow guest speakers, the sponsors that made this happen, my co-panelists and moderators for this particular forum. Way of introduction, I'm Mario De Marias. I have multiple hats in the organization. I'm a board of director. I'm a CISO. And I also head the IT consulting and software engineering of Accenture Inc. So let me share my screen now. So my assigned topic for the session is reimagining transactions and engagement in the metaverse. But first of all, let's define what metaverse is. But I'm gonna define it not from a technical perspective or a textbook perspective, but I'm gonna define it based on what I know, what I understand from it, maybe a snapshot of my personal experience or story, discussing, imagining things that that is already been part and parcel of the metaverse. Let's go throwback. Let's use slogan Throwback Thursday. I vividly remember this. I think I was in Cebu at this point in time. It was, I think, in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. We're having a discussion. We talk about shopping, how to revolutionize shopping at that point in time. It was in 2015. No, it's not 2015. I think it's in 2017 or 2018. Is that corrected than that? We're talking about sneakers, and we are having a discussion and asking or declaring some of the statements. One of which is that, is it possible to go to the shopping mall, without the traffic hassle? So because imagine Cebu is highly urbanized, it's so traffic, so hard to go from one place to the other. So can you go to the mall without the traffic hassle? We're thinking already of that some sort of virtual reality wherein you can go to the mall at the comforts of your home, but can you experience the touch and feel of the traditional shopping? Meaning you have interaction with the sales lady. You can touch and feel the shoes or the items that you'd like to buy. Can even smell it, so you can smell the environment, have the feel, look and feel of the ambience of the shopping mall. And are the tools and devices at that point in time are ready or are somewhat available for you to be able to experience this? That's about shopping. The next one is about banking. I think this was in 2013 or 2014. I'm having discussion with, I think it's an investor, a global investor, a foreign investor, trying to set up a company here in the Philippines at that time. These are my statements then, So if there is something, I think the discussion then was, is this product solutions, I think we're talking about digital wallet at that time. That was in 2013 or 2014, I think. And targeting, is it viable at that point in time? So I'm discussing that the one who has the funds are the older generation, and people that you're targeting are the young ones that may not have that purchasing ability at that point in time. So there was a discussion then. So then I made a bold declaration at that point in time that I will transfer my money. It's not that much, maybe in cents, no? I'll transfer my money to a bank or to a financial institution that offers full digital experience. What I meant by digital, full digital experience, meaning I'm gonna open my account because my challenges then is hard to open an account. You have to queue. I hate queuing, standing in a long queue, waiting for hours to receive a service. Is that maybe if there's a financial institution that can offer that from opening up the account up to doing transactions later on, from the approval, the transactions, everything, no, as part of the KYC requirement, funding, payments, transaction, anything, wherein it's full digital experience, I'll go to that bank. Okay, that was a question in 2013 and 2014, no, to put context to it. But this bank, but there's a precondition, no condition. But this bank has to protect my money and data. It may not be so much, but it has to be protected. No, I have the full digital experience, but data and money has to be have to be protected. Then there's a question, no, as part of that the discussion meeting. Can I still have that customer experience wherein the branch manager knows your name, or the new accounts, the teller, there's an interaction with the new accounts clerk, the teller, with the signatory, no, supervisor officers of that particular financial institution. So I think this last part is not yet there, no. The first two have been met, but how about the third one? No? My third statement. No? Okay, just think about it. Now, as a child, I have aspirations. It may be too unrealistic or so far-fetched, but maybe in the metaverse, those aspirations can be achieved. No? Yan. Maybe 20 years ago, no? 30 years ago, no? More than 30 years ago, maybe 50 pounds lighter. I dreamt, no? I'm fan of anything about space, no? Space and beyond, no? Astronauts, spaceships, space shuttle, anything, no? About going to the outside, no? Outside Earth, no? Going to the space. But unfortunately now I cannot fit myself into a space shuttle, and due to my sheer weight, no, my zero gravity may not come into play, no. So to be funny about it, once I aspire, no, to become an astronaut. Wondering, no, what is it like to be in a black hole? No? You've been studying about black holes in science. What will happen? These are pure imagination. But what if I can experience it? No? If you can experience it, no? What it's like to be in a black hole, no? To be sucked up with that so much gravitational pull, no? From that black hole. If that's possible, can I afford it? Or can we afford it? Those are aspirations. Maybe, part of my bucket list is like to have my footprints on the moon. Those are aspirations. No? I believe that anything that you can imagine, maybe far-fetched, but those who made it, no, can make it happen, are the ones who make changes or make great impact in the world. No? So this is just one of my aspirations. Is this possible in the metaverse? Another one, this is a cockpit, no? In an Air Force plane, or maybe in a fighter plane. No, I'm fan of Top Gun or anything. No, I'm fan of computer games that do anything with airplanes. anything about war, no, or dogfights. Can I learn these too many controls? These too many controls, instruments, devices in a short span of time? Maybe, no? If I learn these too many controls in a shorter span of time, maybe I can be a Top Gun pilot hotshot, just like in the movies. No? But how about health and safety precautions? No. Again, you need to understand physics, no, the rigors of physics, engineering, no, these principles that can be also applied, no, when you learn skills like this. No. Those are questions, statements. Now let's go to the movie fest. No, I'm fan of movies that are sci-fi. No, anything that is sci-fi, anything about space, anything that is pure imagination, abstract. No, maybe I'm dreaming of having it become real, becomes a reality. So there are, no, in my perspective, there are 4 movies that I like that depicts the virtual world. No? I don't know if you're familiar with all of these movies. There's Tron movie series because the first Tron is movies. I think it was 1984 in the 1980s. Then a recent one, the sequence or the sequel is the Tron Legacy. Then a number of movies after that. No, the Tron is quite if you're into fan of gaming. If I watch it again, the 1984 version, and I'm thinking at that time, you're not thinking about virtual world at that time, no? But it was too ahead of its time, no? Instead of imagine you yourself is uploaded in a computer program and play the game based on the set instructions, no, based on the set rules. That was Tron is all about. The next one is the Matrix movies. I was still in college then. It is 1999, the first movie na Matrix, which depicts that the current physical world that you're in is not the real world. No? By taking by having an option, either taking the red pill or the blue pill, you will be able to realize that you're not. It's not the world that you live in. No? It's not real. It's fake. No, it's a computer program. So alternating reality. No, what it used to be is fake, and there's a bad picture of what the real world did. Basically, the snapshot of what Matrix is. The next one is Ender's Game. So a person, based on the training, identifies the best, no, best of the best on the training pool, and you'll be able to control, no, all the devices, no, all the machines at your full, at your full strength, at your full mental capacity. No? Can you control everything, strategize? You have the master controller. That's basically an Ender's Game. If you have not watched it, I will not put a lot of spoiler on that movie. Maybe watch it. It didn't somewhat made a mark in the black box in the box office, but it was a very good movie from my perspective, no, for understanding virtual realities, virtual worlds. No, that's Ender's Game. Then Ready Player One, another movie. I have one in my social media premium. I bought this one because from time to time I watch it to understand, no, the intricacies of having both worlds. No, you may be having a bad day in the real world, but you go to the virtual world and you'll establish get a new identity. No, try to have a different experience in the virtual world than in the physical world. That's Ready Player One. It was based on a novel, sometime 2010 or 2011, I think, but it was made recently, to a movie. That's Ready Player One. So imagine if you can traverse both the physical and virtual world as depicted in these movies. What's now the demarcation? What's real what's physical, what's not. Can it work together? No? Can it be collaboratively working together to achieve certain goal? That's what are the imagination expectation after you watch these movies, from my perspective. So maybe I did not define metaverse in real sense of the word, but for me, my basic definition is that anything you aspire for, you imagine, that is maybe not visible in your current physical attributes, but can be done in an alternate world, and connect no? Connect those dots, no? From the physical to the virtual, combine that, maybe that's metaverse, no? So that's my description about it. Now, one of the section discuss what are the coping mechanisms. Maybe this is from our point of view as Executor, not really in general terms. So how did we cope in the metaverse ecosystem, considering the pandemic for the last 2 years, and changes in the mindset of how we do things, no? And the recent technology, regulatory, or legal updates, no? So this is not global, general, but this is from our point of view as a company. So how did we cope? So what are these coping mechanisms that we have? We have to change mindset. That the way that it was done in the past, or the way it was done yesterday, will not be relevant or may not be relevant for the things that we'd like to do tomorrow or the next month, next year. No? So you have that to open that mindset. We have to change that mindset. We have to open the loop. No? There's no closed loop, because you close your mindset, you'll be dinosaur tomorrow. No? Then, to address, no, because of the pandemic scenario, we have to do full remote. The announcement was, I know that what can happen. I think we already have an idea that Thursday that there will be declaration of lockdowns, even either Saturday or Monday. No? So by weekend, I think by Friday, we decided let's do full remote work setup. We have the tools already for that. No? It's just a matter of maximizing it or utilizing it. So full remote work setup, but again, we're relationship beings, no, humans. No, we need to have that constant communications with our peers, no, with our colleagues. So we activated employee engagements, no, to just a proof of life. No, we have a jokes. Just a proof of life. We meet each other from time to time. Just a proof of life. No, that we're still here to build that trust, camaraderie, teamwork. Then we need to study relevant regulatory legal requirements, both local, global, on technology aspect, either from an AI perspective, from the crypto perspective, NFTs, all these things, all these jargons, so that will be also discussed by other speakers, and I think will be discussed as well in the panel. So what are especially the ethics side, what are those requirements? Or are they something somewhat, even at the draft level? No? Then have an understanding of our current tools and maximize some of these capabilities. No? Be abreast with the development of the software vendors that somewhat assist you to be able to become efficient, effective in this scenario. We have to learn new technology stacks. So that's part of changing the mindsets. It's not the way we do things in the past. We need to adapt new technology stacks that we can adapt, learn, test, and deploy, no? And scale it up. Also, I've been doing proof of concept of AI-enabled tools, both from an operation standpoint, cybersecurity, anything, no? To increase productivity. And also increase our digital presence, because we're not working anymore from a local perspective. We need to think global. There's a lot of interaction requirements, demand, and supply from different countries, different companies. Now, let's reimagine transaction engagement in the metaverse. We've been discussing metaverse, but what are these potential transactions engagements in this platform, no? In this metaverse, no? Now, imagine this. Maybe you have a discussion with your daughter, with your sibling, with your parents, with your spouse, colleagues, no, peers in the industry. Now imagine this, no. We've achieved a lot in terms of automation, adopting digital transformation, etc., etc. But maybe imagine this, no, activities that you can do. Can I learn sports from world-class athletes? Maybe I like I'm a fan of this certain world-class athlete. I like to learn the sports discipline from that person. Can I learn from him or her? Can I attend any conferences of my choice? Maybe it's a package deal, no? I like to go to Europe. Feel the atmosphere in Europe. How is it? How are their conference being done in that part of the world? Can that happen? Can pay anything using my device of choice. Attend concerts of my favorite artists. One of my frustration or bucket list is that when I'm already somewhat have the funds, no, the means, no, to watch certain concerts of my favorite artists, it's unfortunate that Philippines is not part of their tour. So either they focus in the US, in Europe, in UK, or certain parts of Asia that somewhat limits or prohibits or limits my option, no? Or limits the probability of me attending these concerts. Or visit any country, space, no? We're talking about outer space, or even planets, any parts of the solar system at your pace. Can that happen? Can I relive? No? Can you relive special memories with your loved ones? No? Some sort of a time machine, but it's more of tapping into your memory bank, reliving the memories, no? Your loved ones, no? Maybe just like watching movie for the end time, you discover certain lines that you get the context that was previously ambiguous to you, so that you have, when you say loved ones, no, I'm not talking about only the dead ones, but also those that are presently living, so that you can have a stronger bond with your loved ones. Or scientists, doctors, those in the health sector can diagnose and treat any diseases in an instant, or maybe through a machine, no? Understand your DNA, diagnose, and provide treatments, no? In an instant. And all of these things, activities, for example, can be done in a 24-hour or 48-hour cycle. So imagine that. No? If that can happen, no? Maybe that's possible in the metaverse. Maybe some people, companies are already investing on it, or in the middle of it, or already implementing it. No? Some of these are being already implemented, but not yet really scaled up, no, to the masses. So imagine this. No? Think of this, and if it's, and assess, is it possible to happen in our lifetime? Now, what's next? We as corporate leaders, or maybe your corporate leaders that are making strategies, funding it, and having people around, no, to execute it, or maybe some of us are influencers of these corporate leaders, and all of us are somewhat will take part in executing these plans and strategies, no, to be able to adapt metaverse in our business plans. So what's next? Where should one go? Okay, plan ahead. What will be your plan? No? What part of the metaverse would like to play in? where do you like to take part? Then once you're decided to take part on certain segment of that, create use cases, test it until it becomes viable. No? So adapt and build that capability. Then assess viability. It may be not an outright success, but it can be scaled up later on. So assess viability, you will be might be in any projects, in any test cases, you might fail. But as you go on, might be some use cases that is viable or mass production, then you scale it up. So that's how corporate leaders, owners, influencers, decision makers, and we, all of us will like to take part in executing these plans. So questions, I think questions will be tackled in the panel section of this forum. So see you later for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Mario. And our last but definitely not the least presenter for today is from Blue Voyant, whose mission is to solve some of the most pressing cybersecurity challenges facing companies and government entities, building rock-solid cyber defense capabilities for some of the most critical and hardened organizations in the world. Their Chief Operating Officer, Tal Blaustein, a cybersecurity expert with 17 years of experience in working in the Israeli Defense Forces and in Blue Voyant, has a deep knowledge of advanced cyber threat actors, threat hunting, systemic risks, and risk management best practices. He will show us how to protect your business among an ever-growing network of infrastructure, partners, suppliers, and investments. Learn how you can protect your external third-party ecosystem from cyber attacks, as he discussed to us supply cyber risk management. Let's hear further from Mr. Tal Blaustein.
For granted. But the digital infrastructure that powers our modern world needs strong cyber defenses to keep us moving. Despite the growing number of cybersecurity tools on the market, sophisticated cyber attacks that often result in catastrophic business outcomes are on the rise. Suffering a significant breach seems inevitable, but it doesn't have to be. Blue Voyant converges internal and external cyber defense capabilities into an outcomes-based, fully immersive platform called Elements. Elements provides the rock-solid technology, telemetry, and expertise you need to defend against the world's most sophisticated cyber attacks. Core MDR rapidly detects and responds to incidents in your own environment, delivering a world-class, 24/7 fully managed SOC experience. Terrain 3PR accurately identifies and enables the resolution of vulnerabilities and issues in your third-party ecosystem, enabling you to manage distributed risk across your extended attack surface. Sky DRP goes outside the wire to identify and take down threats across the open, deep, and dark web, shutting down threat actors at the earliest stages of the cyber kill chain. Liquid PS is our elite professional services unit that delivers the expertise you need to build proactive cyber defenses and respond when incidents occur. Elements can be deployed as independent solutions or together as a full-spectrum cyber defense platform that stops attackers in their tracks. Built by experts, seamlessly integrated into your operations, and elegantly managed. We are rock-solid cyber defense. We are Blue Voyant.
Hi everyone, my name is Tal Blaustein. I'm the COO of Blue Voyant International, and today I'm going to talk about supply chain cyber risk. What is it, what are the challenges, and what we can do with it. Before I will dive into it, I would like to present our company, Blue Voyant. In our company, we have 4 products, or 4 elements as we call them. The first one is Blue Voyant Core, our managed detection and response services. In this element, what we are doing is protecting the digital assets and the environments of our clients. The second one is BlueVant Liquid, our professional services. And what we are doing here is helping our clients improve their cyber posture. The third one is BlueVant Terrain, our third-party risk management service. And this is our solution to everything that I will present today. And the last one is BlueVant Sky, or digital risk protection services. And this is where we discover what the threat actors are doing directly to our clients' digital assets. And now let's dive into the subject itself. What you can see here is how usually CISOs and CIOs look at their organization or their ecosystem. Usually, how they divide it is putting their company in the middle and around it all of their suppliers and partners. In addition, they are usually divide the different suppliers into tiers, where tier 1 or maybe tier 1 and tier 2 are the most critical suppliers to the business. Most people believe that if tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers are the most critical one for the business, it's probably the case for the cyber as well. But the truth is that there is no really connection between how crucial the supplier is to the business or how crucial the supplier is for the technology, than how crucial the supplier is for the cyber posture of the organization. And in order to explain it, let's see how threat actors look at the same ecosystem. As you can see, the threat actors basically see the same. It's the same ecosystem with the same companies, but there is no any kind of division into tiers. The threat actors doesn't really care about how the CISO, the CIO, or anyone else divide the suppliers into tiers. The threat actors only care about how we can hack into the organization and what is the easiest way to do it. And the easiest way is not always in the obvious places as you think about it. So if you have a very critical supplier, but is relatively protected, probably this is not the route that the attacker will choose. The attacker will go into an easier place where he can attack very easily and from there jump into your organization. Another way of looking at it is to calculate the risk level. What you can see in the right side is that the majority of the company are not in tier 1 and tier 2. They are in the rest of the tiers. And if you calculate the level of risk in the other tiers, tier 3 until tier N, the level of risk there is much more than the combination of tier 1 and tier 2 together. And that's basically show us that just taking care of tier 1 and tier 2 is not enough. In addition, usually, according to our experience, tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers are well-defended and well-known brands. Probably the risk or the issue is not really there. And you need to look at it in other places. And you really need to understand how you defend your organization from all of them and not just the critical ones that you can detect. As always, everybody knows the say that you are only as good as your weakest link. As we are always saying in the supply chain area, you are only strong as your weakest supplier. It's true to basically anything in life. But as we all know, the fact that something is critical or something is important doesn't mean that you don't have challenges. And we obviously understand that there are many challenges for any kind of business when they are trying to deal with the supply chain risk. As always, it starts with the resources. Any kind of business will never have enough resources to do everything, and they need to prioritize. And what we are seeing is that sometimes the supply chain risk is not in the top priority of the company because each one wants to deal with their own issues before they are dealing with others. Another challenge is the blind spot that we have. sometimes it can be the blind spot of we are not really understanding the connection between certain supplier and our company or our technology. Sometimes it can be a blind spot of unknown supplier because there is some team that use this kind of supplier and nobody else knows about it. Another way of looking on this resource and blind spot issue is unprioritized and scalability problem. Maybe you know all the suppliers that you have, but you have very small team and you can't really scale it until they will be able to work on all the issues and all the suppliers that we have. And the last and not the least is dealing with unresponsive suppliers. Maybe you detect an issue with the supplier, you understand exactly what's going on, but the supplier doesn't want to do anything and he doesn't want to fix it. And then basically you're facing into a problem that you need to understand what to do. You need to understand how, in one hand, you are keeping your business and making sure that it won't affect it, and in another hand, making sure that the risk will be as minimal as you can. And this is what we are going to talk about in the next slide. It's important to understand that regarding all of the challenges that I've just talked about, supply chains attack is the new norm. We saw it very significantly last year, but we are keep seeing it, even if you may not hear on big attack in the media, but it's happening all the time. Almost every attack that we are seeing start with stalling credentials of a supplier, or maybe just hack to an email of a supplier, and all of a sudden there is some kind of attack on your organization. When something like that will happen, obviously I hope it won't, but if something like this will happen, the CISO and the CIO will need to answer a very, very hard question. Like, what did you do in order to minimize the chance that something like that will happen? Which of your companies are exposed, or what can you do with it? And eventually you will need to have some kind of answer on what your company is going to do about it in the future to make sure that it won't happen again. When we are looking on the market and what other companies are doing, the situation is not good, to say the least. Basically, most of the companies that we discussed with them had some kind of breach from a third party, but most of the companies are not really monitoring what's going on with their third party. They are not monitoring on time, and most of them, what they are really doing is just a one-time questionnaire during the onboarding process, and that's about it. That is not enough, because as we all know, the cyber posture of a company can change with a matter of minutes. If an administrator will change something, and all of a sudden the entire environment is open to the internet without any protection, that's the questionnaire that you did in the beginning of your engagement won't really help. And the idea is not you will know. The idea is to know it in time and to take some protective measures in order to make sure nothing will happen to your company if something happened to them. Now let's talk a little bit about how we can address the hard challenges and what we can do with everything that we discussed. The first part is moving from risk assessment or risk identification that some companies are doing today into risk reduction. What I think most of companies did, for sure that most of companies are doing today, is risk assessment. This is the questionnaires or self-assessment process that everyone is asking from their suppliers. Most of the companies ask for it only on the onboarding process when they start to work with a new supplier. Some companies ask it once a year or every 6 months. That's good. That's good, and you need to keep doing it because This is the only way of you to really be aware of what this supplier will do when they will identify an attack. So this is important because you want to make sure that the supplier will know what he's doing when something bad will happen. But that's not enough, because you can never know if the supplier will be able to attack or to detect an attack when it will happen, and how fast it will be able to act. So what several companies did after is to move from risk assessment into risk identification. That means that they can identify the risk of their suppliers, but that's it. They didn't do anything around it. So you will get some kind of report on a scan that someone did on their environment. You can understand that there is risks there, but then you need to understand what to do with it, and you need to decide it by your own. And obviously that's not enough. The fact that you identify the risk, that doesn't mean that you fix the problem. The next level, and what we believe that every company needs to do, is risk reduction. And that means that you don't just identify the risk. You understand the risk, you work with the supplier in order to remediate the risk and making sure it won't have any kind of effect on your company. This is very, very important. This is something that you need to do as an ongoing process because, as we said, risk can be created anytime, and attacker will identify the risk much faster than anyone else. So now let's talk about 5 steps that you can do in order to protect your supply chain. It's obviously not enough, but that's the beginning of helping you address this issue. The first one is really to change the contract and what you can do with it. We believe that each company needs to have the right in the contract in order to understand what's going on in their vendors or their suppliers and talk with their suppliers when they identify something like that. It needs to be part of the contract, so the supplier won't be able to say that he is not working with you on that. The second part is understanding the risks. The risk can be in 3 levels. The first one is obviously at the technology level. Well, you need to understand how you communicate or how data is flowing between you and your supplier. The second part is the cyber risk. You need to understand what is the cyber risk from this specific supplier and what it can create to you. And the third one is to understand the business effect of this supplier. And I will give an example. Most people might think that the biggest risk that a company can have is from a supplier that has a direct API to your environments or your systems. But the truth is that it's not always the case. Sometimes these APIs are really protected and nothing can go into them. But you may have some kind of a broker that the only thing that you have with them is emails. That's it. Nothing more than that. But the protection that this broker has on their emails is really, really low. An attacker can just attack this email server or this email service, go into it, and send an email in behalf of your broker. What will happen is that your procurement team will receive an email that says, please transfer money instead of the regular account into this and that account. And all of a sudden, your company will lose a lot of money. Unfortunately, we were witness to several incidents like this where companies lost millions of dollars just because of that. And what we believe is that you should be aware of the risk that this kind of broker is creating to you, and then you can take some remediation steps, like say to your procurement team, never trust an email, always call them, etc., etc. There is many things you can do. Not all of them are just technologies. The third one is real-time monitoring. As we said, the cyber posture of a company can change with a matter of minutes. This is why we believe that you need to monitor the status of your suppliers all the time. And you need to do it as an ongoing process, identify what are the risks, and as we say, take remediation steps in order to make sure that it won't affect your company. The next one is to really understand which kind of data or which kind of visibility you have in order to maximize the value. I guess that you have many things that you know about your supplier, that you know what they are doing from the data that you receive from them, but you just need to look at the right place. And this is very important because understanding what's going on and what is transferred between you and your suppliers can really help you and anyone that helping you dealing with this risk to really understand the effect that this supplier has and maximize the value of what you are doing with them and how you protect your environment. And the last one is resources to remediate the problem. When someone detects a vulnerability in a supplier, you need to have the resources in order to work with the supplier about it and making sure that they will remediate it. As we said, we understand that it is challenging and resources will always be a problem. And this is why we believe that a third party like us can really help you deal with it. That's it from my side. I hope it helped you understand a little bit more about the risk that suppliers can create to your business and what you can do with it. Thank you very much.
And now, before we continue with our second panel discussion, let us have our third raffle draw. The first raffle prize is a desktop soundbar with microphone, and the winner is Chris Erickson Araneta from BDO. Congratulations, Mr. Chris Erickson Araneta, for winning the desktop soundbar with microphone. And the second raffle prize is a mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard with touchpad. The winner is Christopher Sagun from PAL. Congratulations, Christopher, for winning the mini Bluetooth 3.0 folding keyboard with touchpad. The third raffle prize is a LED gaming headphone with built-in microphone. And the winner is it's Subramanian Kuthalingam from iStreets Global Incorporated. I hope I said your name right, but congratulations for winning the LED gaming headphone with built-in microphone. And lastly, 4-in-1 USB sound card multifunction Type-C adapter goes to Bal Yu from BHY Enterprises. Congratulations, Bal, for winning the 4-in-1 USB sound card multifunction Type-C adapter. And for those of you actively participating but still haven't gotten the chance to still grab one of these cool prizes, there is still another chance. One last chance na lang in this panel discussion, which we are about to have in a few minutes. And before that, let me congratulate the 150 winners of our ISOG Hotbox and gift pack. Congratulations! I hope you were able to enjoy the sumptuous meal and or just about to enjoy eating it. I also had one and I'm so happy when I received it. Once you pull the string, you can eat the food like as if it was freshly cooked in front of you. Amazing, right? Ang sarap pa. And there's an additional contest. Okay, so wherein we already have a winner. Well, winners of last May 19th forum, the best photo or video of your hotbox in VR, and they are tagged either or both ISOG, Facebook, or LinkedIn page. Give us their feedback, how ISOG IM Secure campaigns created an impact, their metaverse challenges, and insights in their enterprise. All right, let me call on the finalists from Land Bank of the Philippines, who wins a safety box. Miss Catherine Mariano. There you go. And well, he was our speaker earlier today without any biases and all effort. Let us all give a warm round of applause to our winner, Mr. Mario De Marillas and his Exeter team. Although the Marshall speaker can't be split, bahala na kayo to use it together. Let's see not just one, but 3 of their entries. So those are their entries, but I'd like to read to you the caption of one of their winning entries. Its physical and virtual worlds are interwoven to support our daily activities. The overlap creates opportunities for business innovation, but also creates challenges in ensuring that the former will not disrupt the latter. Information Security Officers Group, ISOG, through its numerous fora, conferences, TBT sessions, and knowledge sharing activities, provides insights on how we can protect both our physical and virtual worlds. Ayan, nanalo siya. There you go. Congratulations. And for the 150 hot box recipients, it's June 23. This is your chance to shine and win another Marshall speaker, which we will draw on July 21. Just take the best shot or video and place hashtag ISOG or ISOG and hashtag IamSecure, and the most creative, best mind-blowing feedback gets to win. We're also sharing with you some 360 VR videos that you can watch using your VR boxes. It's all available on our ISOG YouTube channel. We'll also share it in the chat box. All right, and let's proceed now to our second panel discussion. So if you have any questions you want to ask the speaker, you can just type away your questions in the chat box or on the Q&A panel. Okay, so now let's proceed to the second panel discussion. Let me call back again on our virtual stage, Mr. Rickson Singsonke, to be our moderator for the topic, the Metaverse Revolutionizing Opportunities. And our panelists or speakers who presented earlier today, the Field Chief Security Officer of Palo Alto Networks Asia Pacific, Mr. Ian Lim, and the Board of Director, Chief Information Security and Head of IT Consulting and Software Engineering of Exeter Incorporated,